The Sunshine Tour has visited many different locations over the past year, from Zambia to Kenya, over the blue waters of Mauritius and back to the homeland of South Africa. The season concludes back home at the spectacular Serengeti for the Sunshine Tour finale. Hello and welcome to the Tour Championship. The event takes shape in the form of a unique Calcutta-style draw, the brainchild of owner David Nagel. It's an event and format that adds something different and exciting to the Tour Championship.
Grew up really watching the Dunhill and all of them on television, and some of the great Pro-Am events, like in the old world used to be Calcuttas in the 60s and 70s, when you see all the the Americans, old pros playing with their, and I always thought if I ever had a chance I could try and put that Calcutta together. It's where you get team owners buying players and getting the members involved, and it makes for a fun time, and I think it suits this type of golf course as well.
The Calcutta auction is a unique concept and idea. For the event, we take the 50 professional golfers that are playing here this week, we randomly pair them up, and then the amateurs get the chance to bid to play with their favorite pros, and it's a 3-day event, 4-ball lines, 2 to count, so pretty friendly and yeah, really exciting 3 days.
Wednesday kicked off in a team format only, and for the amateurs, the excitement of this unique setup, which gives them the chance to play with professionals, stirred up excitement all round.
This Calcutta auction is a very unique event for amateurs. They get the chance to walk inside the ropes with the pro golfers for 3 days, and they really get to experience what it's like to be a pro golfer in a format that's, I think, very accommodating for probably the lesser golfer. So it's a really exciting 3 days, and I think it's one that the pros also enjoy. They get a chance to experience a different dynamic to maybe the ins and outs of a normal tournament week.
It's always a wonderful event to play. It's my second event I've played in. David Nagel does a lot for the game. To have an amateur have an opportunity to play with the pros, play like the pros, and have a chance at winning like the pros is something else. And whoever hasn't had a chance to play this tournament needs to get out here and give it a bash.
Defending champion JP Strydom is happy to be back at Serengeti and holds fond memories of his victory at this world-class facility.
Well, it's special. I mean, the whole format, the Pro-Am format, you're playing with, two good amateurs, Leon and Sean. I played with them last year and we actually won it. So, it's always, they make me feel at home. They're 2 members here. So, it's always special coming back here.
Having the chance to play with the Emmys can be tricky at times for the pros. But for JP, the opportunity to learn from their local knowledge meant he was able to claim his maiden victory on the Sunshine Tour.
Playing with Sean and Leon, it really helped me actually last year, because seeing how they work the course, putting wise and around the greens. So we can always learn from them. And it's quite cool to meet new people and kind of network that way.
The win was short-lived, however, and for several months afterwards, he struggled with injury. He has bounced back strongly and found the form to earn a spot in this limited field.
Games, it's there. I've played much better than my actual scores. Obviously being out for 7 months after this win really set me back. But as I say, I'm happy to be here, and I'll take this week.
On a course he knows well, he'll be a name to watch this week. This year, the race to top the order of merit will go down to the wire, as JC Ritchie and Daniel van Tonder both have the chance to claim first place. JC currently leads the way, but both players know the days ahead will be tough yet exciting.
It's a big week. It's funny how the order of merits come down to the final event. It hasn't done that in quite a few years, actually. So it's a good week this between myself and Donnie to try and catch the order of merit.
The plan for me is to either come first or second to try and beat him on the order of merit, because he's some money in front of me, so I need to play well this week to catch him.
Donnie and I have had a brilliant season. Both of us have played brilliant golf. Like I said, I think it's nice that it's come down to the final event. It's going to be a good event to finish on.
This is the final tournament of the season for us, so it's been a long season. I've been playing well. I think I've had 10 out of 20 top 10s for the season, so it just depends on this week how we do.
Daniel has teamed up with sponsors Simcura Business Systems, and they posted an impressive 18 under par first round score. Challenging for the top spot at the end of the first day was Team Golden Knights 2, consisting of pro teammates Merrick Bremner and Martin Roa. The pair were able to help their amateurs to a first round total of 21 under to lie in second spot. But leading the way after the first round were Team Azmat. The quartet consisting of pros Jake Roos and Jacques Blau and amateurs Helgaard Coetzee as well as Ruan Coulthard. Blau had been consistent all day, making sure of the team's progression up the leaderboard. All the players in the team had made their fair share of contributions throughout the day, but Coetzee was not going to be overshadowed by his pro partners as he made a birdie at the last. Coulthard also played a key role in the team's impressive start as he too holed his putt to take them to 24 under. Confirmation of the team's standings after the day's play. Jable's Vibes were tied third on 20 under par with Team Triple Distilled 2 and Priceless were a further shot back. So with round one of the team event out the way, Thursday saw the start of the pro tournament. The signature course would test the 41-man strong field. The Jack Nicklaus designed signature golf course lies at the heart of this magnificent estate. And as the players warmed up, they knew it would provide a stern test of their abilities. Order of Merit contender JC Ritchie was going along nicely in the first round, and the goal for him is to finish above Daniel van Tonder to claim his first Order of Merit title. Van Tonder was making good work of plotting his way around the course, but unfortunately dropped a shot at the 7th, his 16th hole, on the way to a first round 72 under par. Ritchie would make the first punch in the head-to-head between the two to finish a slender shot ahead on 3 under par. The team competition was in its second day and starting to heat up. David Nagel himself was getting in the action, upstaging a few of his professional partners with a fine chip. Garrick Higo will be taking home the top honor of Rookie of the Year. With one win already this season, he was playing well by not putting himself under too much pressure, finishing on 5 under for the day with a 67.
I didn't really have a number, no, but I just knew I had to go low because, I mean, the Sunshine Tour boys always shoot low scores. So a 6 was probably the number, but I finished 5, so that's all right still.
Partnering Jake Redburn, he was enjoying playing alongside the amateurs of Team Wilma Insurance Brokers.
Jake and I are playing with 2 residents, so they know the course very well. Usually the AMs don't really know the course well, and then they struggle. But these 2 guys they're actually carrying us a little bit.
So after 2 rounds on an impressive 33 under, Wilma Insurance were placed 4th going into the final round. 3 shots ahead was first round leaders Team Azmat. With contributions from both pros Jacques Blau and Jake Roos and the amateurs Coulthard and Coetzee. The quartet were hanging on to the groups ahead of them and were poised 2 shots behind for a final day strike. Joining Higo on 5 under par was Tristan Lawrence. With 6 birdies on the card, he was enjoying the signature course layout here at Serengeti.
I quite like this golf course. I did well last year. I came 1 short and solid from the team. Made a few putts here and there. Unfortunate break on the 8th hole. Made a bogey, first bogey of the day, but overall very, very happy with the start.
A 67 for Lawrence also placed him in the Group 1 of the lead after round 1 of the Tour Championship. The team leading the way after 2 rounds was Golden Knights 2, consisting of professionals Martin Roa and Merrick Bremner. With birdies dropping along the whole round, teammates Louis Miller and Gert van der Walt would be happy taking a one-shot lead into Friday's final round on 38 under. However, don't discount Team Priceless. Last year's champions were hot on the heels of Golden Knights too.
Last year we played with JP and we won the event last year, so we've had the experience. JP, great player, and Henny's also an up-and-coming player, so we just decided to go with him, and lucky enough we got them.
Watching and learning from their pros, Leon Meyer and Sean Vermeulen were unable to miss a putt.
We obviously see what the pros do, and then we just try see where we can contribute and where we can manage the course that we can maximize our handicaps and the scores.
So, finishing on a score of 37 under, Team Priceless felt the second consecutive win was definitely on the cards. And with teammate Jean-Paul Strydom leading the way on 6 under, a double win could be repeated for the defending champions, who was enjoying the form he has recently found.
I played nicely. I was solid, good off the tee. I think we only missed about 2 fairways or 3 fairways today, which is not bad on this course. And I think almost missed 2 greens as well, so kept it in play.
Feeling comfortable with the fairways and greens of the signature course, Jean-Paul was enjoying being back at Serengeti and playing alongside his amateur teammates.
I do feel kind of at home, especially playing with 2 members, which also helps see how they work this course. So I just kind of carry on from last year.
So for Team Priceless, the opportunity to add more silverware to their trophy cabinet was starting to become a strong reality. 6 under for Strydom then after the first round, but a strong bunch of players a further shot back were not going to let him have it all his way. The Golden Knights too with a slender one-shot lead over Priceless after 2 rounds in the team competition. After a great day of golf at Serengeti, there was still plenty to play for in both the Pros Tournament as well as the Team Championship. The players were greeted by perfect scoring conditions on day 2 of the Tour Championship at Serengeti, and the teams took to the course for the final time as the pros prepared for their second round. The thought of shooting a low number was in the minds of the players, as the trophy was not the only thing being played for this week, with the conclusion of the 2019-2020 Order of Merit battle between JC Ritchie and Daniel van Tonder forming part of the script. Van Tonder was hoping to put together a better round to aid him in his quest to move ahead of Ritchie in the Order of Merit. Azmat had been consistent all week and would score 2 under at the second to add to their overnight score of 38 under. Tristan Lawrence, just off the green here at number 6, couldn't convert the birdie with the putter, but he was still 1 under for the day. Leon Meyer and Sean Vermeulen had picked up a shot on the previous hole, but were unable to add to their score at the second, and they stayed on 38 under. While Craig Miller and David Nagel of Triple Distilled would finish the week in 12th place on a score of 42 under after a good round of 11 under. Hayden Porteous was 1 under after 5 holes. A good approach to the 6th could not be converted into a birdie, leaving him on 6 under after 6 holes. Jean-Paul Strydom failed to get off to the same explosive start he had made on Thursday. A hard-fought par at the second would be followed by 4 more as he struggled to find birdies. Dion Hermes-Hayes had fought hard all year and was performing well this week as he made a good up and down at the third to remain on 4 under. And Oki Strydom had moved to 4 under as well and just missed out on another birdie at the 6th, but was looking good around the greens of Serengeti. Tour rookie champion Garrick Higo was also finding birdies hard to come by, even though his iron play was dialed in, going on to make a par at the third after a good approach. Making a move through the field was Team Wolfpack. Amateurs Grant Wolfson and Clyde Ackerman were stringing birdies together and climbing the leaderboard. Leon Miller of the Golden Knights too was making his contributions to the team, keeping them in contention among the top groups. Team Serengeti would round out the top 10 at the end of the tournament, John Hart and Mel Jacques finishing on 43 under after 3 rounds. On the pro side of the battle, a second birdie of the day for Van Donner at the 6th would kickstart his round as he would birdie the 8-2 and turn in 34. An eagle at the par 5 11th for Lawrence moved him to 9 under and with it the lead, but he did not finish as well as he would have liked to, as conditions in the afternoon made scoring tough.
Very solid. Once again, a lot of opportunities out there. Not so happy with the finish, made a bogey on the last. Once again, the wind changed, but nothing I can control, but very happy with 68 4 under.
A birdie bogey finish for Lawrence kept him at 9 under par as he held the early clubhouse lead after 2 rounds. It was a rather disappointing day for JC Ritchie, and he needed more shots like this as he slipped to a 2 over par 74 and will have a lot of work to do to keep his hopes of beating Van Donner to the top spot alive. Tour rookie Dion Gemmer says with a magnificent bunker shot at the 8th on his way to making a birdie, and he shot an impressive 3 under 69 to finish at 7 under going into the penultimate round. Hayden Porteous turned in 34 and added his 3rd birdie of the day here at the 11th to move to 8 under for the tournament. Brendan Stone shot one of the rounds of the day. Playing the course backwards, he turned in 31 with no bogeys on the cards. This shot setting up an eagle chance at the 8th, and he was pleased with how he played, especially with the short stick.
The stats from a ball striking perspective are identical, just a case of holding a few more putts there, especially that front 9. And managed to put a lovely score together.
This converted eagle at 8 got him to double figures, and for Stone it was the highlight of his round, as he felt the wind helping was partly one of the reasons for the low scores.
The breeze was a little bit down today. There were a few more pins we could get at, and this golf course, if you're hitting it good off the tee, there are birdie opportunities. I felt like my short game's been great the whole week, and that's kind of why we're sitting on 10 under par after 2 rounds, but don't take an illusion of that. If there's a little bit of breeze that pops up this weekend, maybe a few tucked flags, and still breaking par will be a good score.
Stone made a par at the last to wrap up a 7 under 65, and with it he took the clubhouse lead, one better than Lawrence. A disappointing finish for Porteous at the last as he recorded a bogey 5, but a 69 still a good result for Hayden as he moved to 5th spot on the leaderboard, 2 behind Stone.
All in all, not a bad day. Obviously the finish left me with a bit of a sour taste, but got to look at the positives. I think I gave myself even more chances today than yesterday, and unfortunately the putter was quite cold. But to get it through, to 5 under, with 4 to go is still a pretty decent effort.
Team Wolfpack would take the early clubhouse lead in the team competition. Grant Wolfson and Clyde Ackerman finishing on 51 under, but with a few teams out there, victory was not certain. The leader out on the course was Orky Stradum. After birdies on 16 and 17, he held a 1-shot lead coming down the 18th.
Played the first 9. I think the putts, if I made it, I probably should have shot like 28 on the front 9. And Andre, my caddy, just said to me, listen, just be patient. And kept it in there, didn't bitch and moan about the stuff. And I just made on the back 9. If I look at the hole, I just made it. So I'm quite impressed with the performance today.
With no bogeys on the card, Oki recorded a bogey-free 63 to take a 2-shot lead over Stone going into round 3. Luke Jerling has been in impressive form of late, and he came into the week hoping for a good showing. But after 2 rounds, it was the company of his paying partners he had enjoyed the most.
Played really solid. Had a lot of fun out there with my Emmys and Chris Cannon. They, it felt just like didn't feel like a tour champs. It felt just like a fun hit around with my partners. So yeah, it was very, very relaxed, and the weather was good, so it was nice.
Lying on the 8-under mark alongside Porteous, Jerling was well placed going into Saturday's play. Daniel van Tonner's iron play has been solid all season, and his second into 18 clearly signalled his intention for the week, and that is to topple JC Ritchie in the race to the Order of Merit finish. He made birdie to seal a 5-under round for the day, which placed him 6 shots ahead. But with 2 rounds still to play, it's not quite over yet. Team Azmet could not challenge for the win, but a fine approach to 17 would set up a birdie chance to move into the top 3. It was looking likely that Golden Knights 2 would be taking home the silverware. After a birdie at the 16th, they stretched their lead over Wolfpack to 4 shots. Van Tonner's team members Alex Vivius and Wessel van Wyk ensured that Simcura Business Systems finished on 50 under, one behind Team Wolfpack, and shared 3rd place with Jables Vibes. Following what was a frustrating round, Jean-Paul finally managed to make the birdies count, moving to 8 under, making a bird after this approach to 17. Sadly, it was not to be for Team Azmet. A par at the last meant they finished in 5th place, falling just short of 3rd with a total of 49 under for the week. With victory all but assured, the Golden Knights refused to ease off, hitting the flag with this chip at 17 to set up yet another birdie opportunity. Even when he slightly went off that fairway, JP Stradom was still hitting impressive iron shots, like this one from the first cut, which would create another birdie chance at the last. The approach to the 17th converted, and an incredible score of 57 under par with 1 hole still to play. Team Priceless finished in a share of 5th place alongside Azmet, and a good showing from the defending champions, who will no doubt return next year for another shot at the title. With victory secured, all that was needed was to soak up the occasion for the Golden Knights 2 team. Finishing at 18 with a closing birdie, moved Stradom to 9 under after 2 rounds, 3 behind Stradom. For Louis Miller and Gert van der Walt, it was a moment to treasure, as they felt what it's like for the pros to win a tournament.
Going through my mind was the Masters. How does it feel if you stand on 18, you're leading, and all those people, there was a lot of people here for us, but it was tough. Just try to get it in the middle, and we did.
Martin Roa had the honours of sinking the final putt for Golden Knights 2, and with it, a 7-shot victory in the team competition at this year's Tour Championship. Oki Stradom takes a 2-shot lead into moving day at Serengeti, and behind him is a strong chasing pack led by Brendan Stone. So, confirmation of the Serengeti Pro-Am Invitational winners. Golden Knights finished on -58 and the hosts snuck into the top 10 at 43 under. It was definitely not a one-man show for the winners as all team members played their part in the victory.
All four guys, me included, played quite well. Must say, when one didn't pitch up, all the other threes were there. So the guys did amazing. It was amazing. It was brilliant.
Welcome everybody to day 3 live at Serengeti Estates, hosting the end of season tour championship. Have a look in the background, there's a bit of rain forecast, hopefully it can stay away. We saw some great highlights of the Pro-Am that plays such a big part of the tournament. There you can see 60% rain, thunderstorms, hopefully that will stay away and we'll be 40% positive. 15k wind, little breeze up there for Johannesburg. Doesn't affect the ball as much up here at altitude as it does at coast level, but it will certainly have some play. OG, you've been here the whole week. That looked like a lot of fun for all those amateurs experiencing some pressure coming down the end.
Hello Al, definitely it's been a spectacular week so far, starting with the draw on Tuesday and seeing the excitement of the amateurs being able to bid and get some of the players they were hoping to get. And I guess for Golden Knights, well, they outbid everybody and won by picking Merrick Bremner and Martin Rower, going on to shoot an incredible score of 15 under in their 3 days of play. So it's been a great week. The amateurs absolutely loved the fact that they could pit themselves against the professionals and the pros as well. As always, the Sunshine Tour pros, consummate professionals and helping out their Emmys as well, Al.
Thanks, OG. Yeah, we've got quite a struggle for the Order of Merit winner. Yeah, JC Ritchie leading. You see in the right-hand corner there, 240,000 for first prize, 167 second. So JC Ritchie has a lead of 140-odd thousand from Daniel van Tonder. But Daniel van Tonder is playing well at the moment. We have a quick look at what JC Ritchie has done today. He had this putt for birdie on 8. Which he comfortably held to get to -1. But then unfortunately on 9, found a few problems on this par 3. And this, I believe, was his 5th off the tee. Should I say his provisionals in the water and played 5 off the tee and ended up making an ugly 7.
Goody.
This was for his triple bogey 6 on the walk, and he had to settle for 7, which has really put it right back into Daniel van Tonder's corner. Daniel van Tonder has to finish in the top 2 regardless. So if we just have a quick look at where everybody's standing on the Order of Merit, which will be coming up shortly, we can have a look at what's going to happen. There you can see JC Ritchie, 2,146,187 rand, 34,000 plus some change. Or should I say 134,000 plus change over JC Ritchie. Daniel van Tonder has to finish in the top 2 to take the honours to win the Order of Merit. Keenan Davidson, long eagle putt here. On 8 and, comes up agonizingly short. Great effort though from that long distance. So let's have a look what's going out there. Today's play. Garrick Higo, 3 under through 7. He's got to -10. We saw Keenan Davidson with his eagle attempt at 8, 4 under through 7. And Keith Horn, -6 through 9. We're hoping to get Keith into the booth later on today. Last year's winner, John-Paul Stradham, 1 over through 5, falling back a little bit. Lots of holes to go. Many players starting well. All got lots to play with. All these points are important. Get you into certain criteria for the next year. Some will be final stage in Europe, second stage Europe, Japan, Asia. Every shot counts throughout the year. Efton Karate, -6 through 15. Great comeback round. Rona Smith, at least getting under par today. Yeah, Garrick Higo in the striped blue shirt, white Titleist cap. He will be Rookie of the Year. Nobody can catch him. 7th overall in the Order of Merit. What a great first year. He won earlier the year in the Sun City Challenge. And going along well here again. You can see in the background, -10, playing with the PGA member, Darren Fichart. Let's have a look how he won. And for Garrick Higo, winning at the tough Gary Player course gave him lots of confidence for the rest of the year. Very powerful, strong left-hander. Very calm young man. In there with JC Ritchie. He's leading the Order of Merit as we stand. So there you have it. Nobody can catch him. Volker Ninava having a great season, only playing 6 events, turned pro late in the year. Exciting young man. Dylan Naidu from the Gary Player squad, having a good year. We've had him in the booth a few times. Having a good year. As well as Dean Kermasace, Cape Townian. Played well last week at the Data. Darren Fichart, very close to finding that water, saved by the bunker. Par 5, good opportunity to up and down for birdie. And what a great year he's had. Distracted, starting from tour school, he had to go back to tour school. Was having a tough year actually, then got his card back. We'll talk about it now. Good touch from Darren. Shot 64, 67, the final 2 rounds of the European Tour School to get his card back. Came back to South Africa, won the Eye of Africa PGA Championship for his 17th Sunshine Tour win. And the confidence is back. Good view of the Island Green 8th par 5. All risk and reward for your second shot. So this is going to be eagle putt for Garrick Higo. A little better view of what faces him. Uphill and then downhill, lots of slopes on these greens. Not too bad from that range. Really is tough part of this golf course is to your distance control to these flags and knowing these greens to leave it in the correct position to putt from. You can really short sight yourself very easily. Daniel Green would have learnt a bit from Garrick Higgo's putt. Daniel likes to use the lock arm putter. You'll see it's up his, runs up his left wrist and then he claws with his right hand. And not learning enough from Garrick Higgo. And he has got quite a bit of work left for his birdie 4. Daniel Green lying 30th on the order merit coming to this week. And remembering that the only way you could qualify for the Tour Championship was to finish in the top 50 on the order merit at the end of last week's Dimension Data tournament. And what a great week that was. Christian Bezuidenhout eagling the last hole to pip George Garcia on the 18th green at Montague Course. What a great finish. And he's gone off to the WGC event in Mexico this week, where he's joined quite a few fellow South Africans. Leo Oosthuizen, Eric van Rooyen, who, when I went to bed last night, was playing really well. I don't know how he finished. He was right up there. Justin Harding was also playing well. But back to Daniel Green. A little bit of work left, right to lefter. Well done, Daniel Green, catching that left edge. It's from Gowrie Farm down in Natal. Very, very calm, fluent in Zulu. When he's not playing golf, he doesn't normally have any shoes on. On the same line, Darren Fichart.
Yeah, good buddy.
Been a wonderful putter for so many years. Third one in this 3-ball, Garrick Higgo. Oh, there's always one. Disappointing. Keenan Davidson on the par 3 9th tough hole. Unfortunately, he's found the hazard. -4 for the 9 to get to -10. He'll have his work cut out there just to come away with a bogey. OG's on the 8th fairway.
Al, Daniel Fantona has found the fairway. His playing partners just pulling it a bit left. He's got 184 meters left to the pin. The wind is blowing quite hard. It seems like they're in between clubs with his caddy, but he's got 184 meters to the pin with the wind blowing into him.
Thanks, OG. Is that wind in off the right? Well, players certainly taking their time, trying to suss out the wind, the carry over the water, how much the rough is going to play effect on that ball. Coming off the downhill, lie looks pretty good though. It's always a worry how much it's going to jump. So, Hammer says. Second to the par 5. You can see how he just walked after that one off the downhill. And that's a good result of that lie. All those amateurs out there, not a bad thing to do when you're heading off a downhill. You certainly don't want to hang back. Dani Fantonda. His wife Abigail on the bag. Glad to see he's got a light bag this week.
He's in the water.
I think he might have caught that water on the right hand side. Jacques Kruijswijk. Big hitting Jacques Kruijswijk. Yeah, we're trying to hit that at that tree left of that flag. Wow, that is a mistake. Hopefully it's caught the bunker. One of the shorter par 5s on the course. Back to Keenan David, so we saw him find the water. This is his third shot. And he has a good chance to just drop 1 and 9. What a fantastic place Serengeti is. Really is a lifestyle estate. So many things you can do. Par 3 courses, we'll find a little later about that. Championship golf course. Houses everywhere. Serengeti Estates. Looking back down that 8th fairway, that looks like Kruijswijk must have found the water. Have to drop line of sight. So 8 under, just staying in the top 10 at this stage. Shark Blau, a couple under today. MJ for Yun, just been consistent player the whole year. Good to see Alex Hainel playing again. He's had injury woes over the last couple of years, wrist issues. Shark, Kreisbeck and his caddy just trying to find the correct yardage. Just getting a lot of spin on that ball. You can see he hit whatever, hit really hard. Not controlling the spin as well as he would have liked to. I think just a bit shocked to have found the water from what was a big drive. So Dani van Tonder not finding the water. Devil chip though, coming down right to left. Right about there is the top of the slope. And it's all downhill from there. He's going to go with a high lob for his third shot and then release it down the slope. Just played it too well. Back to Garrick Higo. Par 3 9th. 17 on, 5 from the left. Really brings the water into play. Okay, a little over safe there from Garrick, but he'll have a chance to up and down. Dion Khamsays found the green at the left-hand rough. He'll have a outside chance for eagle. In reality, he'll be happy with the 2-putt. Dion Khamsays 2 birdies, 1 bogey today. He has that for his third. Garrick Higo lying down, can't see his ball, should release out of there. Not too bad, outside chance for par. Awkward chip he had with that big slope on the right hand side that you can't quite see in the TV. Shark Kreisbeck for his par, unfortunately. Found the water with his second from the fairway. Hit Birdie's fourth to here. Spun back a long way back up the slope. Good effort. But he'll unfortunately have to settle for a bogey 6. Which will drop him back to -7. Still over the 4 pars, birdie the 5th. Couple more pars, and an unfortunate bogey 6 for the long hitting Kruijswijk could be a bit disappointing. Dani van Tonder for his birdie. Got to come a few balls from his right hand side. A little bit downhill. And that's beautifully held for his 4th birdie of the day. Puts him into tie second, and second on his own. Which would be good enough to win the Order of Merit if it stayed that way. Martin Rowe, he was part of the Golden Knights 2 winning Pro-Am team. They played for 3 days, finished yesterday. A big part of this tournament. Some nice extra money for the pros. A little disappointed there. He's had a wonderful season, Martin, his best. Lying in the, let's check, I think 10th position on the Order of Merit. Daniel Green, long birdie chance in the par 3. Coming across a whole lot of swales and slopes. Not quite getting that one right. Oh, Martin Rowe, 8th on the Order Merit. Daniel Green, 30th on the Order Merit. Just to remind everybody, to qualify for the Tour Champs, you had to finish in the top 50 on the Order Merit. Not 50 available in the top 50. That's why there's 41 guys in the field, because some of the guys had to go play in World Golf events. OG, we're gonna look back down at the 8th fairway.
The wind is still strong here on the 8th fairway. So players definitely thinking twice about what they need to clear the water. Hayden Porteous has got 200 meters to the flag. He found a sprinkler head but did manage to move his ball, but he's got 200 meters now to the pin into the wind.
Nice camera angle of where that flag is on 8. Anywhere left, right there is absolutely perfect. The left-hander Luke Jerling having a good season. Another solid shot. And we're joined in studio by Mark Renwick, the CEO of Serengeti Estates. Welcome, Mark.
Alan, thank you very much. Welcome to all the viewers out there on this new initiative, live streaming here at Serengeti Estates. We're really excited to have all the pros here, and so far it looks like a race right down to the wire.
Yeah, it's going to be a great finish for the winner and a great finish for who's going to win the Order Merit. It's really going to be quite interesting what Dani van Tonder does. And we had a great look at the beginning of the show of all the Pro-Ams and how everything went during the week, and it looked like it was a huge success.
Yeah, absolutely. It's our 3rd year now of hosting this event. We started out with a great idea of giving the amateurs a chance to walk inside the ropes with the pros, and it's just grown from strength to strength. It's the feedback from the amateurs has been exceptional, and we're really excited now to add the ladies and that dynamic into the event. So we really feel this event in its totality is going to grow from strength to strength.
Thank you, Mark. Yeah, it definitely has. Every year I come back here, the size of the tournament growing, and we'll talk a little bit about the par 3 later when we get the architect who comes in. But the state itself, it just seems to get bigger and bigger and more people, and what a lifestyle to live.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, if you look at it, it's probably the premier lifestyle and golfing estate in South Africa. If you look at all the various options people have to live here, there's 3 restaurants. We've got 3 magnificent golf courses now, which we'll obviously talk about a bit later. We've got gyms, we've got liquor stores, delis, you know, a fantastic walking and running trails. So, you know, really, I had one of the residents the other day say to me, you know, he walks in or drives in on a Friday and he doesn't leave the estate. So we really, you know, really excited with what's David Nagel and his team have created here, and I think it's really up there as far as a benchmark now.
Yeah, the first thing I realized when I drove in this morning, straight from the airport, just the cyclists and the runners cruising around and going, well, you don't have to go anywhere, and that's what you know is so successful.
Yeah, absolutely. I think in all of us, especially in an environment like this, which is, you know, deemed aspirational, there's a want in all of us to aspire to something greater. And, you know, if I look at the products and everything that's being created here, it really does do all of that.
Absolutely. Quite interesting. We've got 2 left-handers in the last 2 groups. You don't see that too often. Luke Jerling, JP Stratham, our defending champion, who just snuck in 50th place to get into this tournament, and, well, he's back into contention. Yeah, so our leaders coming into the ATT, Tristan Lawrence, who came up a little short last year and again had a fantastic year, powerful player. I did at the SC Open, I was on course commentating, and I walked 18 holes with him, and wow, I can't actually believe how far this guy hits his irons. You can see there's nothing left back there when he gives it a smack.
No, it's exceptional. The guys we played with, the two pros, I mean, we watch on TV and we get a general sense of how far they hit it, but when you're standing next to some of these guys and the sound it makes off the club and how far they hit it, it's just a completely different game now.
I think the success of tournaments like these is that the amateurs can play with the pros in competitive golf or sport. I mean, there's nowhere else you can really do that. You can't go play tennis or cricket with somebody. So I think what you guys have created, and they do it in other places, is great for amateurs to walk the fairways and actually see and feel and hear what the guys have been doing.
Yeah, absolutely, Alan. You know, that's been the really central theme, and the feedback we've received from the amateurs is they just don't get the sort of opportunity to rub shoulders with pros, to walk inside the ropes. You know, they get to literally feel like a pro. They get pro caddies to walk with them. It is also a really, let's say, forgiving format for the amateurs. It's a 4-ball line, so the guys feel a little more relaxed. They can have a go. They know they've got their pros with them. And, you know, I think it's also a great opportunities for the pros to just mix it up a little differently this week.
I think the pros certainly enjoy it. We heard earlier, I think it was Louis Miller who won, how he felt walking down that 18th hole, and he can understand when he watches the Masters, whatever, how those guys feel a little bit. And yeah, I think it's a great concept. We all enjoy it. The pros do. They play for money as well. They can, Martin Rowe and Merrick Bremner can take some nice extra cash home. So we watch Hayden Portier's long eagle putt. That's actually these two guys have got a pass to hold the previous group, all left it short. I think quite a feature on these greens at Serengeti are the slopes, and you've got to know them and where to place your ball to have the best putt.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the green complexes here are probably what protects this course. You can get yourself short-sighted and really tough to get up and down.
Yeah, and of course, Serengeti Estates hosted quite a few South African Opens. I played in a few of them, and I remember being on some of the wrong side of these slopes.
No, exactly. I think I spent 3 days, probably a testament to that.
Luke Jerling, he would have read or learned quite a bit from his partners. Oh, good effort. And it's going to move him into a tie for second place. Great to see Hayden Fortius supporting the Sunshine Tour. He's been on the European Tour for a good couple of years now. European Tour winner. He too gets it to 11 under, and for players like Hayden and Brandon Stone who are going to go back to the European Tour, it's always important to win anywhere. Winning breeds confidence, and Brandon Stone, we know what a great player he is. If one of them can win this week, hopefully they can set their year in good stead. JP's had, you can see his left wrist is taped up there. He's had his injury woes this year. He's come back only around September. And came second in Stellenbosch Vodacom Orange's golf event in his first tournament back, so he's done well to get in the top 50. Long sloping putt, Daniel van Tonder. Good effort.
Brendan Stone with 197 to the pin on the rough. The wind has changed direction slightly, coming off the left.
Is that short, OG?
That's short indeed. Ockie Strydom has got 190 to the flag, Al.
So you're saying it's still into the wind, OG?
Still into the wind. It's changed direction, just slightly coming off the left now. And you can see Ockie double checking his yardage. But he's left with 190 to the pin.
Australia, what a great round he had yesterday. 63.
That wind pushing the ball there, as I said, Al, coming off the left, and it seems like Ockie misjudged it.
Did that catch the bunker or water?
It's in the water.
Not the biggest green, is it, Mark?
No, this is I must say that the par fives on this Jack Nicklaus signature course are, I think, exceptionally strong. There's a lot of risk and reward. And I think these guys, as long as they hit it, they're actually now left in a position where they actually have no choice but to go for it. And I think it brings in a lot of other numbers.
Well, hopefully, Tristan Lawrence would have learnt a little bit from Ockie Strydom second. Although it looks like he's going in with a high iron, 8 or 7 iron. Front left. So Mark, coming in here to the TV compound, like we're in phase 3. How many phases are there?
There are 5. Once completed, there will be 2,000 keys at Serengeti. So it's in itself, I suppose, almost its own village. So it's a really niche and secure environment where our residents get to stay. And like I said, I touched on all the different lifestyle elements. We really try and create an environment where they don't have to leave the estate. There's also Kuro School, which is adjacent to the estate, which I think is a really unique selling point for homeowners here.
It certainly is, and having Oliver Tambo International right down your doorstep is not the worst thing either.
No, exactly. We've actually, with that in mind, we actually about a month ago launched a boutique suites, if you like, 20 self-catering apartments, and that also leads into a lot of other ideas and a lot of other things we want to do around actually high-performance golf. We've got fantastic facilities here. We've got resident physios and bios on site. We've got the gym. We've got, obviously, as I'd mentioned, accommodation. And it's an aspect we're really working hard in trying to attract up-and-coming players who leave school to use this as a base. And we also have a lot of interest from professional golfers to use this coming out from Europe as a base, and also the South African guys. So there's a myriad of opportunities here. There's a myriad of facilities, and it's really exciting times here.
It makes perfect sense. I mean, I know a lot of the tour players use this facility a lot, but if you're just thinking about top amateurs and other pros from in Europe in their winter to come out here, I mean, fly straight in, 10 minutes away. You don't have to go anywhere, and you've got all the facilities. What a great chip in from Garrick Hugo. But yes, that would be, I think, a winner.
Yeah, absolutely. We were fortunate with the Challenge Tours Association, with the Sunshine Tour. We had quite a few of the guys from Germany flying out before the Limpopo tournament and spending a week with us. And they said just as much. One flight in, there's no connecting flights, 10 minutes from the airport, and they've got driving range, short game facilities, chip courses, par 3 course, championship course. So they really the feedback was exceptional. So it's something we are going to be putting more time into.
Just to have a look at the Ockie Stratum has a 3-shot lead at the Tour Championship. Serengeti Estates. 3 from Higo, Fantonda, Porteous and Gerling, but we know that Ockie Stratum's hitting the water at 8, so he'll have to do well to make his par. Just getting back to what you're saying, Mark, I think with the co-sanctioned events with the Challenge Tour, it's this year being the first time. Next year they're all going to know, and they got nowhere to go. They need to practice somewhere before the event, so I think you'll get a lot more response from next year, and understandably so. The word will spread quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, we've had some great feedback, and we've built some really strong relationships with some of the guys that have come out from the Challenge Tour. So I think it's a great opportunity for them to develop their games, and it's great for us to be able to host them.
They're trying to determine where this ball crossed. Came in off the left. I think he would be fairly fortuitous to get a drop there, to be honest.
You can see in the backdrop, a big part of this week for us has also been engaging with our residents and visitors into various hospitality areas. You'll see up at the back there, we've got food stores and Italian street food and a market, and we give the guys the opportunities to get baskets and sit in the grass and watch the golf. So hopefully there'll be quite a few guys out this afternoon and tomorrow to watch the guys as they come in.
Great concept. I'm sure they might enjoy a little beverage or two. I think the weather's going to play its part tomorrow better than today, but so far so good.
Yeah, holding our thumbs. It's quite difficult to look at weather reports these days, because it's you're 50% sure and 50% not.
Well, it's certainly looking a little bit lighter and some blue skies. A little earlier in the day, it wasn't looking so good. Yeah, we'll just go with the glass half full at this stage. So Mark, we're going to get the architect for your new par 3 course coming a little later, but you've called it Whistling Thorn?
Yes, Whistling Thorn's par 3 championship course.
I wanted somebody to come along here. I've been trying to do this for 13 years. One of the resorts I'm involved in Portugal, we were going to do it there with Mr. Nicholas, but the opportunity arose here in South Africa, so we've gone at this one first. What we have, we've got 18, as I say, it's a championship par 3, 5 tee boxes on every hole, full-size greens, everything to USGA spec. And, you know, I think people, when they see it first, they say, oh, I'm going to play that Mashi. And I think probably the best score for the pros so far, I think it's 5 over or 6 over off the back. Off the back, it probably measures just under 4,200 meters. Some of the holes out there are 285 if you choose to play it off the back. But what's nice about it, you know, is we've got quite a lot of people coming from the Challenge Tour that come and stay here. They stay in the new lodges that we've just created. And what they have said was that if you play it off the forward tees, it's 120 meters. Unbelievably good for your wedge play, your wedge game. So you've got the opportunity. You can mix and match every time you want on the golf course. And it's fun. Sometimes we play a risk and reward pin, a hard pin, and a soft spin. So if you go for the hard pin, you're playing a team for it's a multiplier. You know, so I think, how did that come about? I think golf is taking too long. 5.5 hours, 6 hours for a round. It's just, you know, in this modern world, it's not there. So I do think it is the future. You can get in and out and play 2 hours, 30 minutes, 2 hours, 40 minutes. Great. Then do something else for the rest of your afternoon. What is important and what we really did try and achieve here, if you choose to, you don't have to feel you can take any clubs out of your bag. You leave your drivers because you're going to use it 2 or 3 times as you play, and that's the way it's set up.
Yeah, Mark, that's a great view of what they've done, and David Nagels, I'm not sure all his idea, but it's been great, and you've got something, like you said, you can play quickly, a couple of hours, and you've got something if you want to play a normal golf course or 2.
Yeah, absolutely, and you can see from those visuals, it's a spectacular amphitheater. There's great memorability in all the holes. There's a diversity of length. You can, you know, you won't take a club out your bag. It really also removes some of the intimidation that you have from playing a let's call it a big course. So it's really rewarding, and for a guy or someone trying to just get into the game, you know, I felt, even for myself, you do walk off feeling like you've achieved a lot more. It's easier to get the ball in the hole. From David's side and Dino, the golf course architect, it's just an exceptional concept that they've brought to fruition.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to meeting Dino Diabro, who's coming in shortly, and we can chat more about that par 3. As we just saw Tristan Lawrence rush his eagle putt past. Brandon Stone found the water. He's pitched up to here and has this for his par. Actually taking his time to line that line up. Here's his left for his par to remain in a 3-shot lead. Okay, straight him. A little out the right. Needs to keep his weight up. Oh. Says the wind took it. But that all equates to a disappointing bogey 6. How much wind do you guys get here, Mark?
Yeah, it is quite exposed, more than maybe other areas in Joburg. I think we're probably blessed to have quite a temperate climate as a whole in Johannesburg. It's probably a bit underrated when people are choosing to go around the country to play different courses. So it does play a factor. This particular hole, generally you're playing into a prevailing wind. And as you can see from the scores, it's not always the easiest hole.
No, this hole certainly playing havoc with the players, this last 3 groups. But yeah, Johannesburg does have absolutely amazing weather conditions for golf, and most professionals move up here and stay up here to play the golf. I never did. I couldn't seem to leave Cape Town, but stupidly, but most people do. So again, just another great aspect for, oh, he used all the hole there to get in. Another great aspect for Serengeti Estate and golfing conditions and general conditions.
Yeah, absolutely. David Nagels is involved with Eye of Africa, also involved with a new development at Royal Johannesburg in Kensington. So there's a lot of exciting things on the horizon across the whole portfolio, and I think it could see, some other changes as far as the memberships and what will be available to guys playing.
Dani van Tonder. He's got a little 64 degree that's shaved back. It's so tight, but generally manages it pretty well. So that'd be quite interesting with having quite a few different options, and will you be sort of, maybe I shouldn't be asking this, but combined memberships, or you can get reciprocity or stuff like that?
Yeah,
or some kind of discount.
I mean, David's a visionary and an extremely creative guy, so he's talking about and thinking about a lot of different things, and I think the fact that there's that appetite and there are those options, I think it will benefit the golfers and the members accordingly, and I think that's what people want. They want a bit more variety, they want to decide their own journey, and I think if you look at what David's done, he's ticked those boxes.
Good effort from Dani van Tonder. That pin back right on 10. Almost like a double swing, coming down the hill left to right and then came back the other way at the end.
Yeah, that is a feature with a lot of the greens on this course. From 15, 20 feet, you are going to really have to take a close look at the lines, because there can be double breaks.
It's 169. 169 to pitch the green.
A good view back down the 9th, the long par 3. Pin back left today. Really bringing in that water hazard down the left-hand side. We've seen quite a few guys go in there already today.
Yeah, this is a really visually intimidating hole. The water cuts in quite a bit on the left, and I think guys are I would say should be playing for the middle of the green and be happy to be walking off with par.
Slightly in, but not much.
17 on 5 from the left today. 194 meters from the back, so 190 front, 207. This guy at the ESSA Open was hitting 8 irons from 210 meters, believe it or not. Sorry, that was in yards. European Tour did in yards. No, that would be ridiculous. Still, that's 190 meters, 8 iron.
Yeah, that's a completely different game.
No, I mean, I actually had to go to his caddy and confirm because I couldn't believe what he was telling me. Dan Hammershase narrowly misses his birdie chance in 10. He's had a good year. He's rookie here.
It's probably stating the obvious, but I think the guy who will win this week will be the one that's going to hold the most putts under 10 feet. As you can see already, there's quite a few guys shaving the edges.
Yeah, we've seen quite a bit today already. Just looking at the ratings over the week, and 9 is the second toughest hole. Playing an average of 0.21 over par from all the pros. 13th hole being the toughest.
And you'll probably find that 9th is only going to get harder. They've played the first 2 days with it a front pin position, and this is the first time they've pushed it back a bit. I think tomorrow they're going to put it back, probably put it back left, and I think it'll really take that pin out of play.
What can our leader, Aki Stradum, do? Just bailed a little bit on the safe side. Certainly not easy up and down from there, though. He really does have a great swing, Aki. Very natural, beautiful, flowing golf swing. He worked hard with Graham Francis for a long time, and Graham living over in China now. I'm not sure if they still share ideas. I'm sure he sends videos.
Yeah, Aki actually spends quite a bit of time practicing here at Serengeti, and seen him a couple afternoons with our resident pro Doug Wood. So he probably he's
Okay,
probably
maybe he's
won.
moved over to Doug then, yeah.
Yeah, he's probably got a bit of local course knowledge now.
Yeah, Doug Wood teaches many of our top players, and they do have a great setup here. Aki Stradum got his first win last year after having 11 seconds. And some of those seconds, one was here last year, and another one was the Cape Town Open. And there's Aki Stradum winning in session at Kutu. He lost to a playoff there the year before to Henny du Plessis. But if memory serves me right, he shot a really low round, Aki, on another beautiful golf course. Great to see.
Yeah, and I think that's again testament to this tournament and the platform it creates for Sunshine Tour professionals to win a golf tournament and get the opportunity to take the next step. You know, we've seen quite a few golfers do well in the Sunshine Tour and in this particular event, and go on to to do really well abroad. I think Justin Harding's one that springs to mind over recent years, and it's great the work that the tour do in providing these young guys a chance to improve their golf.
Yeah, we certainly have a high standard here in the Sunshine Tour. I mean, Justin Harding, I think, gave huge inspiration to a lot of the guys. You know, he's always been a good player, and but he won back-to-back in the Sunshine Tour. He then got an invite into Asia. He won there. He won the following week in Asia. Then he got some starts in Europe because of that, and he won in Europe. And then he was on the PGA Tour. Then he was playing the Masters, and he finished tied for 12th, so he's playing it again this year. And he's playing the WGC now. He's in the top. I think his ranking's moved a little bit to about 60th now, but still, just a great journey, or what can happen, a run that can happen.
Exactly, and it also shows just the small margins that exist between you know, being on the Sunshine Tour and being on the European Tour. The guys all have talent. You know, I mean, when you walk around and you watch these guys, they all know how to get the ball around the golf course, and it's just maybe a little bit of luck, and yeah.
Yeah, I think what happens is, you know, you play with some of these European guys and you go, well, geez, he's a great player. I've seen his name, and my game's pretty, it's not so far off that, or it's as good as that. So, oh, what a great pitch from Aki Stradum. So it gives them confidence in believing in themselves, and that's all it is, really, at the end of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's no better recipe for confidence than playing well and winning. So, and that showed with Justin. He just went from strength to strength and carried that form with him.
You know, it's happened even if you look at our amateur body, Golf RSA, and the squad they've created, and that Johan Rupert put a lot of money in to help these guys go play overseas. Some of them won over there and they did really well. They come back and they're really confident. And the guys that didn't go over go, well, you know, I can also beat these guys. And it's just a whole breeding ground of confidence. And, you know, I think amateur golf in this country is really on a high at the moment. I mean, everything goes in waves, but it really is. And a few of them have turned pro now. Likes of Jaden Shaper, Wilco Nienaber, some Garrick Higo, Dean Chamasay. So there's a lot of up-and-coming talent on the tour.
Yeah, absolutely. And you look at the recent SA Amateur played at Royal Johannesburg, you look at some of the scores coming through there, and these guys aren't stepping back for anyone.
Casey Jarvis just shot some ridiculous score. I mean, that's not an easy golf course, Royal Johannesburg East and West, and I think it was 26 under par. I think he beat Dale Hayes' record.
Yeah, absolutely. And they wouldn't have set up the course any easier than they would have for previous years in Joburg Open.
Luke Jordan just getting unfortunate bounce. Just through, but actually not that bad. Maybe he didn't quite catch it as well as he wanted to.
Yeah, with the undulations on the greens, you can get, it runs a bit hard and fast. So the guys have to be careful bringing the ball in.
Just looking at his replay with his practice stroke, that obviously didn't quite catch it like he wanted to. Brandon Strone, one of the better shots we've seen at the 9th today. Outside chance for his 2.
Yeah, I think par's a good score on this hole all week, and I think I'd be looking for birdie somewhere else. I'm sure Brandon's happy with a par on the 9th.
You'll take 3 there all day. Especially when you just made 6 in the hole before.
You know, David Nagel spoke about some of the pros spending some time on the par 3. Brandon's been one that's played quite a few rounds. I think it's one that's caught his fancies. He's been out probably 3 or 4 times trying to post a score off the back. It's definitely quite challenging, but I think the exciting part of that course is there's so much variety. You can go around, you will hit every club in your bag, but we've set up 5 different golf courses. So you can go around and test your skills as a good golfer, and you can also, you know, take your son around on a Sunday afternoon and have a good time in under 3 hours.
There's so many benefits to a par 3 course, and one, introducing players to the game in a fun environment that's, like I said, a little easier than a big course, but it's a time concept. After work you can whip around, before work you can whip around.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've also one of the things we spoke about when we conceptualized the course was, again, to have more fun. So we customized 4-seater golf carts, so the guys playing all drive around together. Because often you play on a course and 2 guys drive off in one direction and the other 2 in the other. And, you know, that's also one element that we've had great feedback, where 4 guys get to spend 3 hours together driving around. So it's really been an exciting product.
It's a great idea. Garrick Higgo, neat little chip up on the par 5 11th. He's advancing nicely. Birdie 10. 4 birdies, no bogeys. Hayden Porteous, what can he do? He can make it. Hayden Porteous. Little smile, Hayden. There we go. There we go. Dani Fantonda. Fairway wood. Par 5. Little uphill. Well bunkered. Slopes right to left just before that green. You can see it just bounced a little left. No issues there. It's actually quite a nice place to chip from there, Mark, straight up the green.
Yeah, absolutely. This hole they can stretch us back quite a long way. We were playing during the week with the 2 pros that I played with. The one, Kyle Barker, hit a driver a lob wedge into that hole. It wasn't playing as long as today, but I mean, it's just incredible. We measured it out. He hit his drive 360 meters. So it's just, and I mean, the guy's, you know, not the tallest, biggest guy in the world, but again, it just shows you where the game is at the moment.
Yeah, Kyle Barker, lovely guy. But yeah, he's not massive. I mean, he's normal size at best, and that is ridiculous, lob wedge.
No, and he's quite an infectious guy. He was enjoying every moment of it. It was quite an exciting 3 days with Kyle.
No, they did some shoots with him, and they did a little skit with him and another guy who could do the best meal, and he was a lot of fun. Good character, and played quite nicely this year. I think I'm not sure where he finished on the order of merit, Kyle. Yeah, 57th, just missing out on getting into this event. I know he played in the Pro-Am, but getting into play the actual Tour Championship 4-rounder.
But I think, again, a testament to the caliber of the Sunshine Tour professionals out there. I mean, Kyle was, and Alex Handel joined us, you know, just 2 exceptional guys. It's probably one of the better 3 days of golf I've had. We literally spent 3 days. It was like playing with 4 mates out on a Sunday afternoon and fist pumping, and they really took the time to encourage us and give us tips. And, you know, I think that's probably, again, testament of the Sunshine Tour professional of today. You know, they understand and their responsibility.
Well, that's great to hear, because that's what we try to teach them, and we try to do, because it's always a huge possibility for a professional as well to meet top businessmen and important people, and it works both ways.
Exactly. If you take a 40-week calendar in a year and you're playing Pro-Ams, you know, it's a great opportunity for them, and likewise for the amateurs.
Gauteng, South Africa's economic powerhouse, leads the way in investment, manufacturing, technology, research, innovation, and tourism. Like leading city regions in the world, modern-day Gauteng is the melting pot of cultures. It is a place where people from all walks of life can celebrate their dreams and realize their ambitions.
What is that, Mark? Is that waterbuck?
I'm probably the wrong person to be asking.
I'm probably the wrong person to be asking too. That white ring there, I'm sure, is waterbuck. All right. Dean Kamasace. Oh, doesn't like it. A little bit left. Needs to get down. All right. Mark, thank you very much for taking your time to come and join us in the booth.
No, thank you, Alan. Thank you very much.
We really enjoyed it and all the insights on Serengeti Estate, and wish you all the best in the coming year, and hopefully we'll see you again next year, and maybe tomorrow we'll see you again.
Brilliant. Thanks very much, Alan.
Well, as Mark Renwick leaves us, we have the architect of the Whistling Thorn Par 3 course, Dino Diabro. Welcome, Dino. Nice to have you. It was great to, for me, for the first time I've seen the Par 3. Great to have the Canon Serengeti Ladies Pro-Am starting today and tomorrow. And talk us a little bit about the course and what ideas you had and what kind of theme you wanted to create.
Yeah, an interesting one. As an architect, I've always wanted to have an attempt at this. 18 par 3s. It comes with a lot of the challenges, trying to create 18 unique golf holes, with really only having the green as its defense. David Nagel, also a dream of his apparently forever to create a par 3 golf course, and there's a misconception that it's a mashy golf course. It certainly isn't. It's a big course, but plays almost, what can play up to about 3,600 meters, and then also opportunity to play at about 1,800 meters.
Yeah, we have it. This is your creation.
Yeah, and I'm pretty proud of this one. Very unique opportunity to take an existing golf course and attempt to create 18 unique opportunities with the definition and the aesthetic appeal that you'd like to have for both the patron playing the game as well as the homeowners who live adjacent.
And well done. I mean, I look forward to tomorrow morning. I'm going to go walk around it and just have a look. Love par 3 courses, and I also don't like mashy. That's a different story. Mashies are 17, 80 yard holes, and that's definitely not what this is. This is proper par 3s. Like you say, can play it. I mean, that's a massive variation between 3.6 and 1,000 whatever. That's a great variety and such a great opportunity for your homeowners and people to learn golf as well. Like we spoke about a little bit earlier, in a shorter time and ease into the game, if you want to call it. Or you can make it tough, depends how you want it.
Yeah, exactly that. Dave wanted a championship golf course. He wanted the pros to get out there and not have a Mickey Mouse track to get around, and it is. It's a beast from the back. But with the opportunity of having almost 100-meter long tee boxes, you can set the golf course up fairly short and introduce the game to the little guy or the lady player. But we also have a mashy course as well. There is the Cubs course. We have a course that plays about 30 meters on average, 40 meters, and the little guys were playing there around there this morning. Was great to see. The bigger par 3 course has the opportunity to play up to 280 meters, some of the golf holes, which probably won't be played often, but the opportunity is there. The pro gets out there and he's going to possibly, well, you'd imagine that he did a driver, but these days these guys are getting it out there probably with a 2-iron. And I've had a lot of guys give great feedback about the memorability, as Mark said, and also the challenge. I had a great team to work with, probably one of the best shapers in the world, Alex Legowski. He's a magician in that machine. And what was wonderful for me is Dave's trust in creating something that he's had a passion for a long time, and I really enjoyed that.
So good shot from Tristan Lawrence in there before. What can Stone do out of that semi-rough? Oh, he's done well. And what type of grass is it? Is it similar to the main course, or did you change it up?
Yeah, we are kind of bound to an environmental management plan that dictates what we have to put down. The surfaces, however, is a fairly new strain of bend, and they're actually running amazingly. 10.5 today on the stimp, but the opportunity is such that we can get it running a touch faster than that. The slopes are.
Well, that's really unfortunate for Aki, because that ball would have released, and that back right on that 10 slopes back down to that flag. So
exactly, they would have got in time.
Unlucky
I'm pretty sure. Another thing about the par 3 golf course is we had the opportunity to environmentally look at bringing in a stewardship that is plaguing golf at the moment. People speak about these green deserts and not having enough diversity on the golf course. So with the par 3 course, we reduced the turf grass by 60% and introduced native corridors, so that already the fauna influx is huge, which was nice to do as well. We put 1,000 trees down on the golf course, which previously the course was a links. So in a few years' time, it's going to be a special place.
Garrick Higo coming up. Double tier here in the par 3 12th. Another long par 3. Well, Dina, it sounds like you've really ticked all the boxes that one needs to do, and I'm sure all the feedback from all your members and from everybody who comes to play, it's going to be exciting, and I'm sure the ladies are really going to enjoy it the next 2 days, and all the amateurs that are playing with them.
Yeah, I hope so. I'm like really interested to hear what they think.
Did I hear it right? Did David Nagel say the best score is +5?
I'm not sure. I've heard a few.
That's got to be off the back, surely.
Yeah. No, off the back, it's huge. I mean, some of the parts, I think 3 of them can play up to 280, 285. Large landing areas. We have a few areas you can bail out of, but 1 or 2 tuck flags and you're making 4 all day long.
Well, Aki straight, and we saw him unfortunately get not a fortress bounce on his second year 10. It was releasing and hit Tristan Lawrence's ball. Probably doesn't even know.
Yes.
I'm not quite sure if you can see that the hole from below the on 10 or your second shot.
I think it is obscured by the bunkers of face. Yeah.
We saw this putt earlier. It'll goes left to right and then comes back at the end. See if he's read it well. Oh, no one didn't.
Yeah, I've known Oki for a long time as well. An amazing, powerful player with hands that are just unbelievable. Short game. I've seen him up and down from everywhere.
Yeah, he's a great player, and surprising he's only won once. I mean, I know he's at 11 seconds, which is so. But he ability to shoot really low. Dean Khamase is also supporting the lock-on putter. Back to Lawrence. Let's see what he learned from Aki Stratum. Oh, and he read it well. Moves in within 2 shots of the lead. Quite a few guys up there now. Higo, Fantonda, Gerling and Porteous all 2 shots behind Aki Stratum. Garrick Higo for his par on 12. Stone for his... Wow. So he's 3 on the 10th. So there we have it. Sorry, Garrick Higgo is 1 behind Aki Stradum. Keith Thorne going along really well today, 6 under through 12. He's going to be joining us in the booth a little later today.
I actually played with Hayden yesterday over the in the Pro-Am. The ball striking is just unbelievable. That score doesn't depict how he played. I think a few shaved the cup, and I think he should be about 4 or 5 better.
Yeah, he did say earlier there was an interview with him that the putt has been a bit cold and he hasn't had much luck, and he's really happy with his ball striking. We know when he gets it right, it's proper.
Oh, it's an arrow. It's unbelievable.
Dylan Naidu, lovely 66, gets him back up there. Stephen Ferreira, -6. A couple of guys going out a little bit earlier today. Estienne Karadi, one of the... Oh, right behind him, Ruan Karadi's brother. Great to see brothers both qualifying for the Tour Championship. They almost won back-to-back Swaziland events. The one, Ruan, I think, won the Lombard. And then next week it was Investec, and the other one came second.
Well, proud parents.
Yeah. Well, there we are, Dino, in the background, that little caravan, that's with us sitting in there. Right next to the 18th tee box. I don't know why I thought 18 was a par 5. Was it a par 5 in the SO Open quite a few years ago?
No, I think it's always been a
Am I
par
just confused?
4. Yeah.
Maybe I was just hitting it short that week and I thought it was a par 5. I don't know why I thought that was a par 5, but 443 meter par 4, the 18th. Back to 11. OG, are you up?
It's definitely playing long. And players heading into the wind.
Well, OG, that wind looks a little bit stronger than 15 k's an hour that it forecast.
It's definitely picked up, Al, and we've seen the guys, if you compare to what they did in the previous days, leaving it a little bit shorter than what they did. It's definitely picked up today.
Good view of Brandon Stone's swing. Really simple, stays nice and centered. Another powerful header. Not many of these youngsters who are not powerful. Also finding that fairway, which is a bit narrow down that left-hand side. There's not a massive area to hit. Luke Jerling through the 11th green. You can see how those trees are blowing in the background. Chipping back into the wind. Give him a bit of a chance. And Dino, you've been involved in quite a few courses around this area, I believe. Jackal Creek and Euphoria, and am I right?
Yeah, yeah. In South Africa, I've been involved with probably about 15 odd golf courses. a few in East Africa. Saudi Arabia I've worked in quite a bit, and the Far East in China. Golf's growing in Africa, which is positive. There's a couple of really exciting things starting to happen. Central Africa, Rwanda, Uganda, Kenya has for a while now been going. The Kenyan Opens was a good one for these guys. Yeah, a bit slow in South Africa golf. I think there's a lot of opportunity that people have, whereas before, you'd be a member of a golf club. These days, guys are getting on their mountain bikes and those kinds of things. And I think the par 3 course was one of the reasons why we attempted to create a new opportunity. It's, like we said earlier, the time, I mean, you can get around that golf course in sort of 2:45, and still get home and spend the day with the family. I hope to see more of it happening. But in the rest of Africa, things are going pretty well, I think. But I've been fortunate. I've travelled a bit, and I've seen quite a bit. A lot of cultures, a lot of different approaches to the game, and I think golf is fairly healthy.
That's great. It's a lot of golf courses, and yeah, we definitely fight some challenges in South Africa with other sports and family, and both parents working most of the time, and kids, and so you got to come up with ideas and keep the game going and keep it alive. It's definitely alive. We just got to make sure it's there.
No, sure. Like young people these days, the millennials, they have short attention spans. So I think a full round of golf isn't their thing. Hopefully, the par 3 course encourages guys to get out there.
Yeah, we had. I teach golf at Clovelly Country Club, and on our range we've got a little Mashi course. Nothing like you guys, but just to keep the kids interested and get them playing, understand the rules, simple, quick, and get them in as quick as we can.
It's our little Cubs course here, the 30-yard, 30-meter average golf holes. A lot of the academy guys love it, just to hone their short game. It's quite a tough little course, and it's really fun for the residents to get out there. In the afternoons, you'll see when they get back home from work, it's teeming with people.
For the average player, 30 yards in, they don't understand how many shots they waste. It's only when you say, listen, you go hit the ball and I'll finish off for you. From there, they realize, wow, that's how much you can save.
Yeah, exactly.
You should really learn golf, putting first, then chipping, then pitching, and all the way back. But the fun part's also whacking that ball, and so you got to play it up a little bit. But it's certainly a way to go. Yeah, we have a JC Ritchie Order of Merit leader. What is going to happen by the end of tomorrow? We know that Dani Fantonda has to finish in the top 2, regardless.
Yeah, nice shot.
Nice approach from JC. Having a little bit of a tough day.
I think I saw he had a big one on 9. Struggled out there.
Yeah, he made 7 and 9.
Oki Stradom finding the bunker on 11. He doesn't have the greatest stance. He'll probably have to stand outside the bunker looking just to play it out here. Considering his options, because the lip is quite close, and he has to bend right down to try and play this out the bunker here on 11.
Yeah, he's just be careful of not hitting this in the teeth. Oof, I think that narrowly escaped that lip. Almost sounded like it hit the lip.
Did well to stay solid over that tall guy.
Yeah, not easy to get down and stay there. Tristan Lawrence, just with the eye in his hand, OG.
245 to the pin, into the crosswind here, coming off the left.
Unlucky in the end, but again, not a lot of green to work with, but chipping back into the wind. 40th for another birdie. Brandon Stone, he's approached to the par 5 11th. Little uphill, right to left in front of the green. He's found the bunker. Back to Fantonda. Comfortably hold.
I'll give you numbers for Oki there.
OG, what has Oki Stratum got in there?
After catching that lip L, he's got 233 to the pin. The wind is definitely causing havoc with the players. As they walked up the 11, I could just hear them complaining a bit, but everyone has to play it right out.
So OG, he did catch that lip out that bunker. Was he a little lucky to get through there?
He actually did catch the lip out of that bunker. Was fortunate just to get out, and now we'll have 233 meters to that pin there.
So it looks like a 7-iron or something in his hand.
Yeah, it looks like it's quite a bit of loft in that club, doesn't it? Just gets it in such a good position to the top of his swing. He's probably got one of the best right elbows I've seen. Just so connected. Just needed a little bit of release out that fairway. But he'll have a reasonable chance to save his par. Garrick, you go. Third shot on the 13th. Toughest hole this week. 0.23 over par. And that pin is in that awkward little spot. Quite a right to left from there. JC Ritchie. 3 over today. Not quite been his week, but he's had a magical year. But unfortunately, the fate of the Order Merit will be left in the hands of Dani Fantonda. If Dani comes in the top 2, or if he wins, JC Ritchie would have to come 3rd. If he comes 2nd, he'd have to come 6th or tied 6th. At this stage, that doesn't look like that's going to happen, even with a good round tomorrow. You know, these par 3s are really tough here in this golf course. I think it's just the 15th is the only one that's shortish, but it has lots of slopes. Oh, beautiful putt from Higo.
Yeah, they are quite tough. The defense on this golf course are the greens. You can pretty much hit it everywhere, anywhere off the tee. You put it on the wrong side, and it's almost impossible to up and down it. I think the speed that the greens are running now, and they are fairly receptive. We had a big rainstorm, I think, on Monday or Tuesday, whenever it was. That's, I think, assisted them. When it does get hard and dry, it's tough.
No, I can imagine with them being a little firmer and a few feet that would be treacherous.
and large greens, very large green complexes. So you hit it, you can hit it on the green, and you're never guaranteed of a two putt. The par 3 course that we've just finished, they'll average at about 500 odd square meters. With the bailout areas, you can putt it up from anywhere really.
So do you know, from a architect side and golf, the larger the greens, obviously the more pin locations you can have. Is that large greens, a little more maintenance, but is it better for the greens to be larger and you can keep them so they don't get worn out in certain areas?
Yeah, exactly, yeah, that's it. I think the key is creating the right pinnable areas in terms of percentage. We've really spent a lot of time on the par 3 course to try and get as much pinnable area with the slope at no more than, say, 2.5%. What it does is it allows you to move the pin around a little bit. It helps with compaction. I mean, you get a full run of golf, a full run of golfers going through in a golf day. You know, around the pin it gets compacted really badly, and then you get all sorts of opportunity for hydrophobia and you know, a whole host of disease. So yeah, the bigger the green, obviously, the better. If it doesn't really affect cost. I mean, a little bit of extra fuel, I guess, and you know, when you do the cultural practices, there's, you know, you are doing a tining and perhaps a little bit extra sand in that. But if you can, and you got the capital, yep.
Great chip there from Luke Jelling. Back to Tristan Lawrence. His eagle chip here in the back of the par 5 12th. He had a great second, just ran through. In. Oh, that was easy. Tristan Lawrence, well done. Actually hit the flag quite firm in the end. So he's just joined the lead. Let's have another look. Tristan Lawrence. Brandon Stone, we saw him find the left-hand bunker with his second out to here. A little right to left. Referee. Good effort. But Dino, thank you for joining us here in the studio. Well done on your par 3 course, and I'm sure everybody's going to enjoy it, and whatever other adventures you got going on for the rest of the year. I'm definitely going to come have a look at it tomorrow morning. I'm going to take a drive around, and I'm sure the ladies in the Canon Serengeti Pro-Am are going to really enjoy it the next 2 days.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's been a pleasure. I'd like to hear what you think about it. Enjoy the golf, guys.
Thank you, Dino.
Ciao.
Heading forward, yes. Uphill birdie putt. This will be a nice 2. Not his best effort. Missed a short putt in the previous hole. Like Dino Diabro just said, he played with him in the Pro-Am and he hit the ball so well, he just couldn't get the ball in the hole. There you have it. Tristan Lawrence chipped in for an eagle 3 at 11 to join the leader, Ockie Stratum. One behind Garrick Higo. And Keith Horn, -8 through 15. What a round he's putting together. Back to Dani van Tonder. That is an outstanding shot at the toughest hole on the golf course, the par 4, 13th. Turn his back right. Hardly any room for error. A little bit downhill from there, but no more than 6 or 8 feet. View back down the par 3, 12th. Finished 26 on, 6 from the left today. Another well over 200-meter par 3. That has gone a little left. Hopefully if it's found the bunker, he'll have some chance. If it's left of the bunker on the lip, he'll be needing all his skills to get that close. Brandon Stone started the day 10 under. 3 birdies, 3 bogeys. Really good wind player. Got some fancy shoes on there, this Brandon Stone does. Straight at it, but comes up a club short. Tight leader, Ockie Stratum. And a disappointing bogey on the par 5, 8th, finding the water for his second shot. Good par 3. Unlucky at 10 hit his opponent's ball. Well, he's got away with that. Still make a par from there. Clear miss it though. Look at that, look at that. Oh, Tristan Lawrence. Oh yes, just watched it live on the 11th, the par 5. We saw it again there. This is where Tristan Lawrence won his first event of the year. Stellenbosch Golf Course in the Vodacom Origins of Golf. Back-to-back SA Amateur winners early in his career. Turned pro a little quiet, and then this year he's really shown what he's made of. And we saw how he chipped in there at Stellenbosch, and we just saw him chip in again on the previous hole on 11 for his Eagle 3 to move into a tie for first place. Higo lying thick. Come up a little short there for Garrick Higo. First par 3 of the back 9-12. Playing 206 meters today. Left in the rough, he hasn't got much green to work with. It's only 6 on from the left. But he's in the bunker, so he can get a little bit of spin out of there. See how deep that bunker is. We can't even see him. He'll have to play it a little bit left of the flag. A little left to right slope. There it comes. Oh, that is a meter away from being golden. And now he's going to have his work cut out for him just to make a bogey. Live Africa PGA champion Darren Fichart. Oh, and look at that. Beautiful approach from Darren Fichart. Kevin Stone, that's his father. Brandon Stone has a long birdie putt with a couple of slopes. It's going to feed to the right, then it's going to come back right to left. It's going to need all his skills here. Beautiful touch. We did hear earlier from him in the interview that his short game had been really good this week. I don't think you have to look too far. By the end of tomorrow, he won't be too far away from that leaderboard. Or at the top of the leaderboard, should I say. Equally good putt from Aki Strydom. Just having a look here at Keith Horn's scorecard. Let's first have a look at Dani van Tonder's birdie putt on 13. Go! Oh, can't believe that stayed short from there. Really, really tricky. Third shot here for Tristan Lawrence. Just made eagle on 11. Don't want to give those 2 shots back. But wow, he's lying heavy. Downhill left to righter. Not too bad from there. Hopefully can just drop the 1 shot. Gareth Higo, we are told he's not in the water.
Yes, third shot.
His third shot on 14. It looks like he might get away with a par.
No, he never dropped. There was a small ledge where his ball comes.
And as I was getting a little bit lonely in the booth, I'm joined by Oliver Becker. Welcome, Ollie.
Hello.
little bit breezy out there today.
Yeah, it was a little bit tougher than the previous few days, but it's good. Hopefully it blows the storm over.
This is Tristan Lawrence. Found the left-hand bunker off the par 3 12th. Left it short, chipped up from here. He has this for his bogey 4.
Nice putt.
Good 4 in the end. You just missed. He chipped in on 11, Ollie, from just over the green on the par 5.
For eagle.
For eagle.
Oh, nice.
And so he's minus 12, one behind Aki Stratum.
Yeah, I'll be surprised if the guys go really low today. It's pretty tough out there. So if you, I saw Dylan Naidu shot 6 under.
Dylan Naidu 6 under. Keith Horn is 8 under through 15 holes.
Oh wow!
With a
yeah.
bogey.
Yeah, that's great scoring. That's really good going.
So he's moved into 3rd place. Yeah, Dylan Naidu 66, and there was another Estienne Conradi 5 under, and there was another 66. I'll just have to refresh my mind. But they were early. How did you play, Mr. Becker?
Not so well today, but you know, it's still a good day out there. Any day you can play golf is a good day, so it's all right.
Garrick Higo, the rookie of the year. Nobody can pass him, and he'll get away with a par on 14.
Yeah, a really good young player. It's been a phenomenal start to his career.
Hayden Porteous. Statistically, the toughest hole this week, Ollie, 13.
Yeah, it's a good hole. It's really the second shot that's tough. The green is perched a little bit above the fairway, and it's normally into the wind and coming in there with a long iron, so you need to be accurate. And then if you miss it, it's a tough chip. Doesn't matter where you hit it.
So there we go, and we're just chatting about Keith Horn, minus 8. That's with a bogey. 7 birdies and an eagle today.
Wow.
Not finished.
See, Donnie's playing well. He's still in there with a chance to win the Order of Merit, I think, if he can get a second or a win, yeah?
Yeah, so if he finishes top 2, or second on his own, he's got a great chance. So
yes,
yeah, we have him.
Okay, here we go. See what he can do. Is he on 16 or what hole is he on?
I think that's 17.
Yeah, it looks like 17.
Settle.
Oh, another good shot. Another good shot.
So he'll have another birdie chance. And talk us down 18, Ollie. It's 443-meter par 4. What did you hit in there today?
I hit quite a lot of shots in there today, but it's playing downwind today. So if you hit a good tee shot, you're probably coming in with like, I'd say probably a pitching wedge.
Okay,
the
so
longer
it's
hitters,
helping.
maybe a sandwich for the longer hitters like Merrick Bremner and those guys, but yeah.
JP Stratum second into 13. And we're going to have a look of his win. Last year, already pumped up JP Stratum. Another one up the hill, right in the middle.
That was his maiden win as well.
Yeah, and what a win to win the Tour Champs, your first win. And this year had some injuries and managed to still finish 50th to get in this week.
Yeah, obviously likes this tournament. Up there again this week.
Yeah, he's 8 under and currently in tied for 11th spot. Trying to find Tristan Lawrence's ball. There it is in the top right. And you drive off 13 right of the bunker, or do you try hit the something short of that left-hand bunker?
The longer hitters will probably have to go right of the bunker. The average, like myself, I can probably just get short of the bunker if I had a decent drive. But yeah, it actually narrows up quite a bit if you can't fly that bunker. Like today is quite a stiff breeze in off the right there, so it's quite a long tee shot.
Ollie, I wouldn't think of you as average length. I remember that trackman there at Stellenbosch a year back, 126 or 5 miles per hour. I mean, that's not exactly.
Yeah, those were in my younger days. You know, I'm getting on a little bit, and I think I'm only getting it up to about 118 right now if I really give one. So these youngsters, they're hitting it so far. It's scary.
Hayden Porteous up the hill here at 13. Ollie, let's have a little chat about fatherhood and how your whole family and your wife are coping with all that. The twins.
Yeah, it's you know, it's a game changer, that's for sure. You know, it's been tough, but it's been fun, and yeah, luckily I've moved up to Middelburg to be closer to in-laws, and we've been very, very blessed with those two. So yeah, so far so good.
And how old are they now? They must be
almost 7 months. Yeah.
Wow. Keith Horn. This to get to 9 under through 17 holes. In the middle, Mr. Horn.
Great putt. And it's good. Keith, if there's one weakness in his game, it's normally tends to struggle with the shorter putts. So it's good to see him hold those with a lot of confidence there.
Yeah, he definitely putted that nice and quickly. Sometimes he gets stuck over it. JP Strydom.
Oh, great.
He knows how to putt, this man.
Yeah, he obviously knows to read these greens. These greens are quite tricky. Subtle breaks, a little bit of grain, and normally pretty speedy. So yeah, he doesn't seem to have too many problems with them.
Yeah, you can see that the grain being quite difficult. You can see the light and the dark all over the place. Lots of different slopes, almost quite a few double breakers, I would imagine.
Yes, you never really have a straight putt. It's always like you end up aiming straight, but they go all over the place to get there. So it's you know, you're never sure if it's in the hole until it's actually in the hole.
Luke, unfortunately, that's back-to-back bogeys for Luke Yelling.
He's been playing pretty well the last few weeks. It's nice to see him having a good finish to the season.
Yeah, had a good SA Open. Made a big check there. Back to Garrick Higo.
Quite long with his tee shot there. Or was it his second shot? 14, no?
Yeah, but I think that's actually 15, the par 3.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a little bit long there. It's a little bit downwind. The hole's playing pretty short today.
Donnie van Tonder, the unique swing, effective golf swing of Donnie van Tonder.
Oh, another good shot. Yeah, he's been playing some fantastic golf over the last 6 weeks. Up there every week, always in contention. Abby on the bag as well. Deadly combo.
Yeah, they have been deadly together. I was actually having a look at some of his results earlier. I think it's like 6 straight. Here we go. 6th in the for Daniel. But we're going to chat to OG quickly. OG, how's that looking for Ockie Strydom?
Ockie seems to be pulling them left a little bit, Al. He's found another bunker here at 13 on the left-hand side. He's got a much better lie than he did at 11. And he's got 172 to the pin. The wind is definitely pumping at the moment, Al.
Yeah, he's probably looking at hitting a 6, maybe even a 5 iron out of there. So it's quite a long iron into that out of fairway bunker. So he'll have to get it up quickly.
Yeah, a little bit uphill as well. He used to have a clean lie.
Yeah, the lie looks pretty good. Contact looked pretty good. Oh, what a shot. That's a good shot from there.
That's a great shot. There isn't much space there with that flag.
No, that's actually very makeable from there. So, no, he did really well.
Yeah, we saw Fantonda putt from there earlier, and I thought it was down here, but it wasn't really. It didn't seem that quick from there.
No, it's pretty flat. It's actually, overall, there's not much in that area of the green, so you can have a good look there.
Tristan Lawrence hits his irons an absolute mile.
Yeah, he's a strong boy. He gets it out there. Solid shot there. He's got a nice shirt on there as well.
Yeah, you swag boys, eh? Very colourful, Oliver.
Yeah, no, it does come out nice and colourful.
I tell you what, it'd probably go quite well with Brandon Stone's gear there. He's got a blue and white shoes, a blue pants, blue cap, and then an orange.
Yeah, I'm not
collar.
so sure
I'm not sure
about that
that,
shirt. No, he's got these University of Texas colors there, or the shirt at least.
Quality golf shot, right where you want to be.
Yeah, he's a good player. It's nice to see him play in the Tour Champs this week.
Yeah, it really is. Hayden as well.
Yeah.
Garrick Higgo for his par.
Good up and down there.
Garrick's late dad went to school at Fisher, where I went to.
Oh, really?
So there's a lot of support back in our hometown.
Okay. Yeah, and he's from, his parents live where my parents live in Desalza, so he's a Stellenbosch boy. I see he went to UNLV in the States and had a good career there, so I think it's a good route to follow, playing some college golf. I think it really prepares you to come out and travel the world and play professional golf, so youngsters out there are watching.
Yeah, good point, Oliver. I mean, you've got to go learn if you can travel away from home and be on your own and do all the things that life doesn't always prepare you for.
Yeah, it's not easy, you know, especially you're young and got to go to a foreign country. I mean, if you're Afrikaans speaking or, you know, Xhosa or Zulu or whatever, if you're not English first language, it's a really big adjustment to make. So it's not a bad thing to do.
Dean Hammersays supporting that lock-on putter. Have you tried that, Oliver?
No, but I'm watching him rolling it, and it might be in the bag tomorrow. I don't know. The way I've been putting this week, it's anything could make a difference for me.
Yeah, I've tried that lock-on quite a lot, and watching Matt Kuchar and spoken to Daniel Green quite a lot, and it's pretty. It feels like you're anchoring it, to be honest, because you are, but it's just legal at this stage.
Oh no, short miss there by Dani. It's a sneaky putt, that, because I played with John Hugo and he had one from the other side of the hole and we also missed it on that side, and it looks like it's got a turn, but it just keeps its line. It's a pity. What's Oki got? He's got the putter out there, so must have a decent lie. But should be a little double break from his left to start with, and then at the hole it's going to straighten and almost go left on him. It's a subtle break. Hopefully he sees it. Just to the left. Yeah, a lot of guys are missing it on that side. It's not easy to see that little bit of break towards the back of the green there. I know I didn't, so
Yeah, we saw Daniel Fantonda do the same, and often difficult to get the ball up to the hole when you got that fringe to contend with.
Yeah, the fringe is sticky. The ryegrass, not the same as what we normally play on, and it looks like it's going to run on you, but it's not that quick. Tristan's got a little hill to come over and across, and should throw his ball right to left as he's putting. Then at the hole's going to straighten out a little bit again. Not bad from there. Not an easy putt. See how Johan Swanepoel's getting there for Brandon Grace. Oh, Brandon Stone. And his wife was caddying for Darren Fichart last week at Data, so his fiance. So they're both caddying now. So I don't know if it was only for the week or if they're gonna do it like travel the world together and caddy for different people. I don't know, but it's I guess it's a way to see the world.
Oh, went the other way. So just to confirm that, so Brandon Stone's caddy, Swanepoel's fiance, was caddying for Darren last week.
Yes. Yeah, at the
I tell you, Darren can get a few caddies. He has made caddying from Dive Africa and he won there.
Yes, and
the
he's
previous
on the
week he had
he's on the
somebody
bag
else.
this week again. Darren.
His wife,
Yeah.
Natasha, caddy from somewhere at Mauritius.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand that. I mean,
Yeah.
that makes sense. Well, your wife was going to caddy for you.
Yeah, she
in
was.
America, and then things changed a little bit.
Yeah, twins can throw a spanner in the works quite quickly, that's for sure.
So Oliver, just talk me through the remaining 5 holes these guys have. You got 14 as a shortish par 4. Is it iron off the tee?
Yeah, you can be aggressive today. It's down off the left, so if you know you can carry the bunker, you can hit driver. It's quite wide, but I mean you don't really need to. Or you can just hit like a 2-iron and a gap wedge or pitching wedge. But the water is blowing. The wind is blowing off the water, so what a shot by Jerling. Almost hold it.
That'll get one of the 2 shots he just dropped in the previous 2 holes.
Yeah,
Then you got 15 shortish par 3, but it's front right today. You can't go front, I mean long or short.
Yeah, 15 actually today is quite a friendly pin with the wind direction because it's helping out of the left, so it's helping you towards that flag.
It's a great overview of 14 that
Yes.
Ollie just described before. You can hit 2 irons somewhere just short of those bunkers and wedge it on, or you can try carry that bunker over the right, I assume.
Yeah, it's quite wide if you can carry it. Where the flag is today is middle left. It's not a, you can use that little slope on the left to get it close to the hole to come down. Let's see Porteous a second here.
Oh, fucking lost it.
Not too happy with that one. Oh,
What?
he obviously didn't see that ball off the club face, but right, not a bad shot. I would have taken it. Guess he's got some high standards there.
There we have it. Ockie Stradum leads by 1 at the Tour Championship at Serengeti Estates. Hugo Lawrence, Keith Thorne coming through flying. And we know he made another birdie at 17, so he will be on -12 as soon as it's updated.
Well, that's if he
Shot
didn't.
loud.
That's if he didn't birdie 16 as well. 16 is a par 5, so they moved the tee up on 16.
I see they moved that tee up 38 paces, and then which obviously brings in those 2 fairway bunkers on the right. You got to
Yes.
keep it left.
yeah, you got to keep it left, but it makes the drive quite a bit easier. So it's reachable. And Keith is a good one player. He's from the coast, so it suits his shape. A little draw in there off the tee, so who knows? There I am playing really nice golf. Top 40 at least.
Top 40 finish, Ali.
It looks good. Looks good for a top 40 so far.
Well,
there's Keith Horn on the 18th. Tough little up and down here. Oh.
Whoa.
Good shot. Good shot. That's a tricky little putt he's got left. A lot of guys misread it. You think it should go right to left, but it is actually left to right. So let's hope he sees that. It's probably about a left edge putt that he's got there. So hopefully he sees the line there. Here you go on 16. Oh, what a shot. Well, he was out the rough there. It was quite a tight line off the tee. So,
that's, I mean, this is not the biggest green in the world. It's a narrow green.
Yeah.
Just in that sprinkler.
Yeah, it's not a hard up and down there, so you probably add another one for him there. Here's Porteous after his disappointing second shot. He's got about a 6-footer for birdie.
We're hoping that is wind out there, not thunder. Quite interesting. Hayden missed a shortish putt 2 holes ago, and he had his left finger down, further down the shaft, and he's just changed. So obviously, clearly unhappy with his putting, and you know, it's like when you're fiddling and you're changing, it's not easy.
Yeah, you're trying to. You can see the disappointment. Obviously, is not the first one he's missed of that length. I know the feeling, brother. Hang in there. It's not looking too good out there at the moment. Hopefully the weather holds. JP, another birdie putt, another one made. And he's in the mix for sure.
This is the length you want for birdies.
There we go, good birdie there. Nice bounce back after the 2 bogeys.
Yeah, enjoying his best here. PE boy, 22nd on the order merit. Will this finish to help? Another missed putt from Dani van Tonder.
Seems to be hitting it quite close. He's missed 2 short ones back to back now for birdie. So got to watch out. If he starts dropping them, it's gonna go really low.
Just having a look at his results. We were chatting earlier, but Alfred Daniel, championship, he came 6th. Eye of Africa, he came 5th. Limpopo, he came 9th with a disappointing last round.
Oh yeah.
Cape Town Open, he came 7th, and Dardari, he came 6th.
And Cape Town Open, you also had a bad last round. So, yeah, he's had a few chances to win. It's just not been able to close the deal, but he's playing some really good golf.
Oki has again missed the fairway, but he's got a pretty good lie and a good look into the green. He's 161 meters away from the flag. The wind is swirling a little bit. Wind helping him a bit, coming off the right. He had 14.
All right, no damage done.
Brendan Stone has got 142 to the flag. Here's a pretty good look. So wind coming in, helping him from the right.
Not his best. Stay there.
Disappointing shot from there, but his swing looked really good though, Ali. I mean, on plane.
Yeah, he's always had a good swing. It's been, he's always been a good ball striker. You know, that's if he putts well the week, he's always in the top 5. So it's a nice strength to have there.
Quite a good view of what you're talking about. The other two players hitting irons, playing back behind the bunker, and then Tristan Lawrence being more aggressive route, having a little pitch in.
Yeah, see, he's got a nice angle from here as well. Coming in there, he's probably got about 75, 80 yards or meters. And you can pitch it probably just short left of the hole and should skip up there. So it's quite nice angle. The wind doesn't affect the second shot as much as well. So nice aggressive play of the tee, and now he's set up here for an easier second shot. So let's see what he can do.
I walked 18 holes with him at the SC Open doing on-course commentating, and he very aggressive. And somewhere else, I commentated on him, and he just doesn't seem to have any holdback.
Yeah, the thing is, if your strong suit is your driver, then hit your driver. You know, if there's space, then go for it. Use your head a little bit, but obviously he finds that as his weapon. So it's good that he uses it to good effect as well. He's been playing some really good golf. There we can see little slope there, little big bounce there. Actually, greens are quite soft, so surprising, but still got a good look at birdie there. Let's see if Keith read this one correctly. Oh, see, he just misread it. Obviously didn't see that left to right. It's not an easy one to see.
You called it, Oliver. Sure. Clearly nobody can see it. I mean, well, still a fantastic round. 8 under par with 2 bogeys.
Yeah, it's solid going there. Really good going in windy conditions. Probably the toughest day out of the 3 we've had so far by far. So good golf.
Darren Fichard.
This must be his 3rd shot at 16.
Yeah.
Yeah, great shot. Great shot there.
He's been great from 100 yards in his whole life.
Yeah, he's always had a great tempo on his pitch shots and chip shots. Always been one of the best chippers I've known. So yeah, as Hugo's pretty easy chip there. Misread the slope a little bit, it looks like, so he's left himself with a bit of work. See if he can roll that one in.
Yeah, he's got that to tie the lead.
Now there's old Daryl, caddied for Darren when he won there at Eye of Africa. Managed to make it back on the bag this week, so.
It's tough, boss. You win and then you sack the next couple of weeks.
Exactly. It's tough, but Darren's got high expectations of his caddies apparently. No, I think old Daryl's got a day job as well, so he's just helping out in the Joburg areas for Darren. So, but they're good combination. They get on well, so it's good to see. Long putt here for Brandon Stone. Not bad. Very good.
He's hit some good long putts today. There's Brandon Stone. Taking the stress out of the game.
Yeah, if you can leave yourself a tap in from about 40, 50 foot, you've done well on these greens, because I can promise you it's not going to be straight. It's looking pretty dark out there, Al.
Yeah, it's not looking good, Oliver. We're just hoping and praying we can get through the day. We do have all the equipment to tell us when the storms are around.
Yeah. It's the worst sound a golfer can ever hear. That siren going off and you've still got a few holes to go and you've got to wait it out and going back out there and finish your round. It's never a good thing.
Or even better, come out at 6:30 in the morning to play one hole or one putt.
That's the worst. That is the absolute worst. So hopefully the weather holds for these guys. They can finish their round and we can start it on schedule tomorrow morning.
Yeah, if there's any risk, Gary Todd, the tournament director, will have them off in a heartbeat. Does look a lot darker than 30 minutes ago.
Yeah, it's not looking so good. Tristan Lawrence has probably got about a 12-footer for birdie here. Gonna be right to left. Can be aggressive. It's coming back up the hill a little bit. Good roll. Started a touch too wide.
Do you swag boys have to wear the same colors on the same day?
No, we don't. It just happens that way, unfortunately. Luckily, I played with Jaco van Zyl today, who's also a swag guy, and luckily we didn't wear the same shirt, so it didn't look like we were playing, still playing better ball or something out there. Though I wouldn't have minded playing better ball with him today. He had a good round today. Shot 5 under par. Played really good golf, so it's good to see.
Did he talk about what his plans are for the year, Jaco van Zyl?
Actually, no, we didn't even get there, but I'm sure he'll try and play as many as he can in Europe where he gets starts, and see if he can get his card back in Europe after all the injuries and stuff he's had over the past few seasons. It's tough to come back from.
Yeah,
that.
I think he still has that 117 to 145 category somewhere there.
Yeah, here you go for birdie. And is that to tie the lead? Oh, some lightning out there. It's not good, guys. Not good. Oh, there's the siren.
The dreaded noise that Oliver Beck was telling us about. Unfortunately,
siren. Oh, Luke Jerling back-to-back birdies, dropping in a bomb there on number 15. Wow.
Wow.
Just before the siren went, obviously.
So the guys will be trying to get into the Avis fans as quickly as possible and get them off the golf course and the spectators. And there they are, the tour sponsor Avis, strategically placed around the golf course.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that this is going to happen now, but I mean, it actually held out pretty good. The forecast wasn't good for the day, and the guys almost finished, so it's not too bad, but yeah.
Now the leaders have got, what have they got? 4 or 5 holes to go, and a 60% chance of thunder showers from early.
Yeah.
So we've done fairly well. We'll see how long this takes.
Apparently tomorrow it's not looking that good either, so hopefully the guys can come back later today and finish up, and then tomorrow we'll see what tomorrow brings. There's the 17th. Nice little, almost drivable hole for me. For some it is, but a good scoring opportunity for the guys coming in. Jacques Kruiswijk walking off, looking for one of those vans.
Yeah, Shark not having his best day. Kruiswijk 3 over today.
There's a lot of good guys that shot 3 over today, though, Al. So
It's not a bad score, 75. Ollie. I'll take it these days. No, he'll be back tomorrow, I'm sure.
Yeah, he's still got a couple of holes left. Maybe he finishes strong and get a bit of momentum in before tomorrow's round.
Well, there we have it. Garrick Higo just birdied the 16th to reach -6 for his round and tie the lead with Ockie Stratum in this year's Tour Championship.
Some good scoring out there. 13 under par, not even done with their third round. It's not an easy golf course, so some good playing. Bunched the leaderboard though. Bunch of guys in there with a shot to win this.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Daniel van Tonder is, he has that Order of Merit in his sights. It's up to him tomorrow. There could be a few guys that will take that opportunity away from him, but he get it 4 or 5 under tomorrow. I think he'll have a great chance.
Definitely. You know, Sunday is normally a little crunch time, a little pressure. He knows what he's got to do, so basically you can just go out there and freewheel it and just go for it. So you can either see it that way, or you can, you know, put a bit of pressure on yourself. But hopefully he doesn't do that. So see, JC Ricci's not having the best of weeks this week, so opening up the door a little bit for Donnie.
Yeah, he has. So we hear from the course that the guys are just being held in position in the vans. The storm is apparently moving a little bit. They're just waiting on a few minutes to make a decision.
Yeah, it's quite windy out there, so hopefully it blows it over. There's no rain falling, so at least we don't need to worry about being waterlogged. But yeah, there's nothing worse than just sitting there waiting, and hoping for the best. So hopefully it blows over quite fast for these guys.
Nice to have both the Conradi boys playing in the top 50 this year.
Yeah, that's nice. Not a lot of brother combos on tour, so it's good to see them out there, both qualified. And Estienne played some good golf today. He's trying to catch his brother there. See, they're only 1 or 2 shots separating them. Rowan de Smit playing a little bit better today, 71. So hopefully you can go a little bit better tomorrow as well. Get out of that 41st position.
Jacques Palau and Keenan Davids are going along really well today, both 5 under for their rounds. So just to give the viewers some idea, Donnie van Tonder is 140 odd thousand behind, 145,000. So he needs to finish in the top 2. And JC Ricci needs to finish outside the top 6, which at this stage looks like he's going to do. So,
yeah.
And Daniel van Tonder will then surpass Ricci.
Yeah, it's nice to have a nice close battle for the winner of the Order of Merit at the Tour Champs. The previous couple of years, it's been confirmed before the event was started. So it's nice to have a little battle and. For the tournament and for the Order of Merit going on.
And Oliver, the winner of the Order of Merit, you know, we should both know because we've both been chairman of the press committee. You do get in the British Open or the Open Championship.
Yes.
You get into the Nedbank.
It's big.
Which is big money. You get into certain WGC events.
Yes, you get into Mexico and HSBC China. 2 great events to go and play.
I mean, that already for these 2 players who don't have a European card is almost, you can certainly get a card through that.
Yeah, it's huge. You know, it's big money events. 3 of them have no cut. If you play well in the Open Championship, you can make some good points for the race to Dubai, and you know, you never know. have a top 10 in one of those events, maybe get you into the next regular European Tour event, and changes your whole outlook on your season and your career. So big opportunities for whoever wins this Order of Merit this year.
And really, that's what Danie van Tonder will have in his sights, because for JC Ritchie at +3, even if he shoots a phenomenally low score tomorrow, will finish outside that top 6.
Yeah, the scoring has been pretty good in JC. I think it was a couple over. Yeah,
+2 for the tournament, +3 today.
Yeah, so he's not going to be able to make up enough shots tomorrow to make a significant move on the Order of Merit.
Some young guys coming through for Rookie of the Year. Garrick Higo will comfortably take that title. Wilco Nienaber, exciting prospect, played 6 events and already made that kind of money.
Yeah, it's good going there. That's he's had good experience so far in his young pro career. Got a few invites in Europe. Played some big events with some big name players, so I think it really helps prepare you for your professional career, and you can see it in the way he's been playing over here in South Africa. He's been playing really well, and apparently it's phenomenally fast. So it'd be interesting to see how his career progresses.
Well, while we have a little delay here with the Thunder and Lightning, we're going to just go back to the Eye of Africa PGA Championship, where Darren Fichart had success over Matthias Calderon. Welcome to the stunning Eye of Africa Golf and Residential Estate, hosting for the 5th time the PGA Championship. The Greg Norman Signature Golf Course is situated in the south of Johannesburg. The PGA Trophy is steeped in history. Going back as far as 1923 as a match play event, it then changed to a stroke play event in 1965. Every big name in South African golf history is on this prestigious event. Let's hear from our overnight leaders, Jacques Kruijswijk and Darren Fichart, who are on -16.
Maturity just comes to mind, just playing 2 seasons on the European Tour. Going into my 3rd season now, obviously I'm playing in front of a lot of people, tough golf courses, there's a lot of pressure running around there. Felt like I've matured a lot. I've gone through a difficult time also last year, so mentally I feel strong and I feel ready, so I'm good.
Played a Jacques in the final round at the Joburg Open, and we went head-to-head there, and we had a nice tussle. So I'm sure tomorrow is going to be a good fight for the championship between the two of us.
Afternoon all, and welcome to the first ever live streaming event on the Sunshine Tour. We're all very excited about the future this holds for the tour, the players and the sponsors. Let's have a quick look at the Eye of Africa PGA Championship leaderboard. Jacques Kruijswijk's made 2 birdies to jump into a 1-shot lead over Darren Fichart. Daniel van Tonder further one back, and a whole group of past champions, Matthias Calderon and Louis De Jager, further 3 shots back. On course this week with me, we have OG Malefi, who's going to join us and help us with some information on the golf course. OG, welcome, and a bit of wind out there this morning, OG.
Good afternoon, Alan. It is a little bit windy out here at the Eye of Africa PGA Championship. The players, though, seem to be dealing with it very well. The greens are running at about 10.6, and as you've mentioned, we've only seen 2 birdies from the current leader, Jacques Kruijswijk, and I think there's still a lot to chase out there, Alan. It's going to be an intriguing afternoon.
Yeah, definitely. I see JC Ritchie has made 3 birdies and an eagle. There's a few guys chasing, and it's going to be an exciting afternoon. And we look forward to hearing from you during the day. Also, in the commentary box with me now, we have 3-time past champion Grant Miller, who played on the Sunshine Tour for 25 years. He is the golf director of the Eye of Africa Golf Course. Welcome, Grant.
Thank you for having me, Al. It's really truly a prestigious event for us to host. You know, Dave Nagel really puts in a big effort from his behalf. And our members and our residents, you know, they really appreciate having an event like this at our course.
Yeah, and we on the Sunshine Tour are very grateful for David Nagel and big sponsors like him for hosting these events.
Yeah, I think like that, you know, tournaments like these, without guys like Dave Nagel, the players are really appreciative of guys like him. Putting a lot of money into these events.
Absolutely. Tristan Lawrence, he's second. Seventh, uphill par 4.
I see they've got the pin in quite an accessible place today. As you can see, the left-hand side of that green does feed all the way down to the pin. And there's a false front on the right-hand side of the screen, which you want to stay clear of.
Yeah, I think, Grant, we can see by how that ball rolled, how steep that slope is on the green. Our tournament leader, Jacques Kruiswijk, middle of the fairway.
I was walking with Jacques the closing holes yesterday, and I was really impressed. You know, we had a couple of tuck pins coming in, and he absolutely knifed each shot at the flag and missed a really short one at 16. Looks like he might have tugged that one. It's quite generous if you do miss it on the left. You often get a bounce down, which we could see by the ball rolling down. So he's got quite a quick chip coming down. He's going to be aiming probably at the other ball, about 8 or 9 feet right of that flag to get it close.
That's great to see Kruiswijk coming back to form. He's had quite a tough last year on the European Tour. But like he said earlier in the interview, 2 years on the European Tour, I'm sure has taught him a hell of a lot. And he'll bounce back like he is this week. Darren Fichart with that unique upright backswing he always practices. 16-time winner on the Sunshine Tour, 3 European Tour wins. He can seriously play.
Yeah, you know, nothing's really changed in that swing in the last 20 years. You know, we all grew up together, and I was talking to him yesterday with a couple of members on the practice tee just prior to him playing. And you know what's nice about a guy like Darren is, even though it's in his pre-shot, pre-game routine, he took the time out, chatted to our members, had no problem with it at all.
Jackie van Zel's third shot on 8.
Yeah, that's Jaco van Zyl on the 9th green at par 3. Playing pretty long today, 215 meters. Wind in off the right.
It's great to see Jaco van Zyl fit, and he had a lot of knee injuries and a wrist injury. He's back into playing, I think, his best golf right now.
Yeah, you know, one of the things about Jaco is his strong points. You know, he's a great temperament. And but what a lot of amateurs can learn from a guy like that is rhythm. He never, ever deviates. He never tries to hit the ball hard.
Absolutely. Matthias Caldron, our 2018 winner. Let's have a look on how he did it. I remember commentating this last round, and he was an absolute magician with his short game. That was 15. His final putt in 18 to win the tournament.
And what a nice chap too. You know, he when he won that tournament, he also got the benefit of winning one of our stands on our estate, and he got a pleasant surprise this week when he picked up a little 800,000 rand for that stand.
Ah, happy days. Happy days.
You know, I was chatting to Don, you see him walking down the fairway there, and we were standing on the 5th hole, par 3 today. And it's actually been playing, I think, stroke 1 for the tournament. 222 meters down, including the down, into a breeze. So it was playing about 240. And these guys just come out there with a little 4-iron, you know. It's incredible.
Back to Jakob van Zyl. Ah, nicely held.
Yeah, that's a very good comeback putt. If you can see, as you can see, you know, you get very light shade on the left-hand side of the green and dark on the other. So you're often putting up into the grain and then away from you, down grain. It makes putting very difficult on that green.
We saw Jacques Kruiswijk pull his second and a little long. As Grant Miller was saying, he's got quite a tricky chip. He's going to have to pitch it quite a few meters to the right. Fringe or green, do you think, Grant? Think he can pitch it?
No, he can pitch it on the green. Ball sitting up pretty friendly, I think. You know, we didn't have quite enough time with the rain. Being a Synoden golf course, we progress a little slower than Kikuyu. So we never got the fringes up. That's a little too far left. Yeah, you'll see there how it feeds away. You know, so we never got the fringes up as long as we wanted. So it's been pretty friendly. I must say the course is set up to help the guys, but some very impressive scoring. Yesterday I predicted a best score of 5 under par. They played every hole off the back, barring one hole maybe 10 yards ahead. And I mean, the guys were 2 8-unders and a 7-under with a double drop on the first.
Yeah, it was fantastic golf. Grant, the greens are, you said they're a blend of bent, A1, A4, is that what you call it?
Yeah, that's correct. You know, and the reason they do that kind of thing on courses, because the different grasses are tolerant to different temperatures and things like that. You know, when we look around the course, what's nice to see, you can see in the background that crane. And I mean, the guys are building some massive homes here now. The development's really progressing.
Yeah, when we drove around last night to your friend's house for Bride, there were some massive houses on that backside of the estate. How many houses on the estate now, Grant?
Yeah, we're up to 1,100 homes now. At any given point, we're doing, like now I think we're about 204 homes under construction. So I don't think there are many places that are developing as quick as that. So we're very happy with that.
Darren Ficher, we saw him miss the green short right. He chipped up to here, and he has his putt for his par.
This putt will be a little slower than usual. It's uphill into the grain, so that putt particularly would be running only at about 9. Whereas coming from the other side, and there we go, left a little short. Whereas if he was coming from the other side, it goes up to 13, 14. So it's quite a big jump in the two directions. But when this guy gets his putting going, he's truly impressive. We watched him knock in a couple of beauties yesterday.
Yeah, he certainly is a what do you call, streaky putter, I would say.
He is, yes. But you don't want to be on the wrong side of that streak. You know, if you're on the wrong side, boy, you're going to lose by 5.
Yeah, more hot streaks than no streaks.
100%.
Tristan Lawrence for his birdie.
This putt, most people, often our members, us, we generally miss it on the bottom side. It swings more than you think. But, you know, the pros, they tend to, obviously, they read putts a lot better. But let's see how he does on this one. Well, there you go. Professional, missed it on the top side.
Yeah, I did on-course commentary last week, and the one round I walked with Tristan Lawrence, and he was incredibly impressive, very calm, aggressive. It was a Severing Open, and it really didn't faze him. I mean, he won back-to-back SA Amateurs when he was younger, and then he had a couple of quiet years, and he won earlier in the Vodacom Origins at Stellenbosch. So he's back, and I think we're going to hear a lot from this young man.
Is his rookie year, is it?
No, he turned pro 3 years ago, and the first two were pretty quiet. Jacques Kruiswijk for his par, uphill.
Yeah, good putt. Good save. That guys are on their way to the 8th hole. Now the 8th hole today, playing downwind, downhill. It's a 600 plus par 5. But it's a really tricky one. It's a kind of green you can't really fly it on, but the greens are pretty soft, so might get and you can see on the fairway there's quite a big ridge. So if you do plan on running it onto the green, you've got to really run it in from the right-hand side of the fairway. Not too much of a big target, probably about 8 or 9 yards.
Jaco Ellis, his second shot.
I was having a good chuckle on the 5th hole just now. I was standing and watching Jaco and Dani van Tonder, and the competition was who weighed the least. And it's quite, you know, he's standing amongst two big giants like that, and you weigh 70 kilos, and the guys are talking about 115. You feel like a little mouse.
Yeah, Jaco Ellis and Dani van Tonder, they are big units. Matthias Calderon, the third in this 3-ball. What can he do to this downhill par 5?
I noticed something quite strange with Matthias today, and he plays with a very weak left hand.
It's very Alathaba-like.
Yes, and I mean it's uncommon today. Today the guys have gone a little stronger, which allows them to square up the face faster because they turn in their bodies so much quicker. Oh, that was a little unlucky. That normally bounces on a bit, but you know the quality of these guys' strike, the extra backspin coming up a little short there.
There we go, Eye of Africa PGA Championship 2020. Jacques Kruiswijk, 1-shot lead through 7, trailing Darren Fichart, Daniel van Tonder, Tristan Lawrence, Matthias Calderon, Louis Diogo, JC Ritchie, all 3 behind.
I'll tell you who could actually be quite far up on that leaderboard would be Jake Redman. You know, yesterday I watched him, and really in simple, on the easy little mistakes he made, you know.
Gauteng Tourism, we're going to go have a look of the popular Soweto. Lovely shot of the putting green in the Eye of Africa clubhouse.
You know, if you have a look at that putting green, Al, I think it's one of the biggest putting greens I've ever seen. It's 70 meters from side to side. And it really makes for a nice corporate golf day. You know, you bring out, we can have a lot of fun with the guys out there. And, you know, this year is actually our 10th year anniversary in April. So we plan on having some nice specials going for corporates.
That's fantastic. Daniel van Tonder in that greenside bunker at the par 5 8th. Coming up a little shy, not too bad.
Oh, that's okay. Probably leave himself about 8 foot uphill. Probably about a right edge putt.
Daniel van Tonder has his wife Abigail caddying for him. They've been a formidable unit for a few years now. Jaco Ellis.
Yeah, that's going to miss on the bottom side. Yeah, I underread that, I think. I'm surprising. It's normally pretty quick from there, so he obviously anticipated quite a quick putt. Coming up a little short.
Yeah, Jaco Ellis full of confidence. 4th last week in the South African Open. Got a spot into the Open Championship. Sure, he's very excited about that.
Geez, and what a privilege that is. You know, in about 2004, I managed to do that. And it truly is the best experience of your life. You get amongst the, spectators that truly appreciate golf. And it was really a really nice experience.
Grant, was that the year that Ernie lost in the playoff?
No, it wasn't the year he lost in the playoff.
I was thinking to the American, but we had a 3-hole playoff. It was...
Yeah, Todd Hamilton won that year.
That's right. All right, Matthias Calderon for his eagle attempt at number 8.
I think that could have been one of my most devastating missed cuts.
You missed by one, didn't you?
That was true. I couldn't even talk to my father that night on the telephone.
He's come up a little short. I do remember that because I was following you. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, you either bogeyed the second last hole or the last hole. Ran through the green, if I'm not mistaken.
You know, actually, it was more the 10th and 11th holes that cost me, you know, after 27 holes of lying 17th, and then I got a flyer and made a really bad decision on trying to play out of the gorse bush, and I made a miscalculation. Anyway, triple drop followed by a couple of 3 putts. The pressure got to me, missed by one. Yeah, truly devastating.
First up, Daniel van Tonder. Grant, what is he looking at there? Little right to left?
Yeah, he's probably about a right edge. Not too much. Slightly into the grain. But he really can afford to give it a firm tap.
Everything that Dani van Tonder done is quite unique. Even his putt is pretty short.
But you know it's nice when you watch. Oh, that was really unlucky. But what's really nice about Donnie, you know, Donnie doesn't get into the technical side of the game. I remember when he came onto tour, he did the strangest thing. He used to walk onto the practice tee, never hit any golf balls, and just stand on the side of the range and hit divots. And we all thought he was pretty cuckoo.
And snort a little bit.
Well, he still does that, you know.
Like a boxer.
He still does it. So, it's purely, you know, when you hear a boxer punch, you always hear the noise. And he attributes it to that.
And he used to spar with his father. And when he got older, I think he knocked his dad out. And I think that's when it stopped.
As long as it was the friendly kind of sparring, Al.
It's never much of a boxer, I must say. Jaco Allis just to get to minus 15. Within 3 of the lead.
That's a really good putt. I must say, sitting here, I had it coming from the other side.
The wind had quite a bit. You can see in the background, the wind's really got up today. Wilco Nienaber, the exciting new prospect, second into number 10.
Oh, that could go in. It's breaking. Oh, yep. Well, that's a gimme putt from Wilco. I watched him yesterday. Hit it again 20 yards short of that green. You know, when you're coming in with an 8 or a 9-9 and the guy's hitting it 20 short, makes it a little bit difficult to compete with somebody like that. And he seems to really, the confidence boosting from himself is pretty impressive at his age.
Back on the 8th green, Matthias Calderon for his birdie.
Yeah, super putt. Al, you were talking about the wind picking up. It's one of our defenses on our course, and it's very seldom that you play this course without the wind. So every year we do, when, you know, it does come to the event, we do pray for a bit of wind, and invariably it's dead calm. And the scoring's always, which allows for good scoring.
Jaco van Zyl, his third shot on 10. Long cross down grain or down
and quick
hill.
That putt can get away from you, but he's done a pretty good job of it.
Darren Fichard from the right-hand side, the downhill par 5/8.
Darren will probably be trying to, a little bit of a cut into that. Yeah, it looks like it's fading into that flag. Brown landed straight on the green. Oh, Darren needed about 8 yards there to be pretty decent. There is a false front on the left. Even if he carried that bunker, it might have just fell down the side onto the fairway there.
Yeah, Darren Fichard retained his card at the European Tour School this year. He lost his card, went to the Tour School, was in a little bit of a pickle and shot 67-64 to get his card on the number.
That's really impressive. I do believe there were either 23 or 32 South Africans in the final stage of the European Tour School, and Darren was the only one to get his card. And I think that's, that's indicative of being years on the tour and experience really bringing him through.
Yeah, we have a lot of exciting youngsters who narrowly missed out. Volker Ninoaber being one of them. He missed by 1 or 2 in the end. He has quite a few starts, and I'm sure we'll get to see him a little bit later and hit some massive drives. Here's another young man who absolutely spanks it, Tristan Lawrence.
This golf course, if you're pretty confident with your driver, it really does lend itself to be the benefit to the long hitter. Obviously to the sides of the semi-rough, we've got really long felt grass, which is if you hit it in there, invariably it's a lost ball. But being very short semi-rough this year, your driving target, then there you go on that false front on the left. It's fed its way down, possibly into the left-hand bunker there. But it does lend itself for very wide tee areas, and it's very scary and daunting for an amateur. But for the pros, if you're along and you're confident, geez, you can take it to this golf course. But I do see a lot of the holes today playing a lot tougher with a little breeze. It's about a 2-club breeze today.
Kruijswijk. And he certainly can launch the ball high up there.
Coming up a little bit short there. So he's facing a sort of a putt that goes up and then slightly away from him at the end. It'll make it a little bit difficult to get the right pace.
Jakob van Selfer, he's par at number 10. We saw him have a long putt from the back of the green.
Yeah, solid. Such a nice temperament, and you can even see by the way Jakob walks. He does everything slowly. He's never in a rush, and a lot of players can learn from that. It's like rushing to the golf course in the morning. Don't do it because your rhythm's going to be out for the whole day.
Absolutely, Grant. Volker Ninoaber for his birdie.
Well, Wilco walks on to the next 11th hole, par 5 downhill, 600 odd meters. And through the week, he's been driving at a driver 8 iron.
No, he's quite frightening there. You can see Volker Ninoaber minus 13 in 9th position. Jacques Kruijswijk has a 2-shot lead now over Darren Fichard. Matthias Calderon has moved up to 16 under to join Daniel van Tonder. And a couple of good players hanging around there at 15 under.
Yeah, the leaderboard definitely looks like it's lending itself towards another playoff. We tend to have quite a few of those at this event.
Yeah, we certainly have. Louis de Jager defeating Trevor Fisher Jr. OG, how are things going down there?
Hi, I'm down here at the 8th green. Tristan Lawrence is definitely going to have a tough shot. Missed the green. Doesn't look like he'll have a bit of a stance, and his ball is actually plugged into the edge of the bunker here. He's definitely going to have to fight to come off with anything on this hole. Darren Fichard chasing now. He's in the bunker, and Kruijswijk will have a pretty simple chip to try and maintain his lead.
Thank you. Yes, Darren Fichard, long bunker shot.
Yeah, that's well played. He's left himself below the flag, very important. Don't want to go past that flag. You know, and Darren, for as long as I can remember, he's been a magician with a sand wedge in his hand, Al.
No, he's probably one of the best chippers I've seen. So we've heard from OG that Tristan Lawrence has a poor lie. It's not in the bunker, it's just outside the bunker. He's just going to have a difficult stance there, Grant.
Yeah, but not too bad. It looks to be sitting up a little. He'll end up probably using, instead of normal shot from there, you know, lob wedge. When you're into a slope like that, you want to go more towards a sand wedge. Get it out. It's going to pop up a little bit, but won't release too much.
Great advice to any amateurs out there. As soon as you are on an upslope, you obviously increase your loft of your face. So take something less, 9-9 wedge, sand wedge, whatever the shot takes. So then you don't have to swing so hard because you're off balance anyway. And obviously vice versa for a downhill.
Absolutely. I think what you can notice with these players, that par 5, if you look at the back of that flag, it's the short side. After that, behind that flag, it rolls down, quite down a steep hill, down to a cart path. But what you notice with the pros is they take that into account. They know where the short side is, and they make sure that they leave it in the right side.
100%. Kruijswijk for his eagle.
Yeah, he got the pace right, and as you can see, he must read that putt.
Good pace though. Yeah, the good pace. The pace was perfect. Yeah.
Well, the 8th hole, definitely, you can see it's in playing stroke 18, indicative of the downhill, downwind. But let's have a look at how Tristan plays this shot. It's going to be, it should be a very abrupt follow through. Yeah, he's played that really well. To get the distance control from that lie, not that easy. Probably about a 4 or 5 foot putt left. You know, it would really be nice if we could host this event probably about a month later, when everything's up a little longer and players would really see a totally different golf course. And get the greens harder and faster, and that little bit of semi-rough around the greens, difficult to chip from. Definitely drop your winning score by about 5 or 6 shots.
And I guess also the fairways will be a little bit softer and they won't run out as much, so it'll play longer.
Absolutely. A little surprising the guys gave them placing this week, and you know that normally adds to the winning score as well, probably 2 to 3 shots comfortably. Our members don't even play placing, so they're a little surprised to see professionals placing.
All right, Darren Fichard, right edge, and he can roll that rock.
Back up to 17 under par. Yeah, he's going to be lurking the whole day. No getting rid of Darren.
So he gets one back that he lost on the 7th.
Well, the guys are going to walk to their next hole, the 9th hole today. 215 meters. Really tough pin, back left. Wind coming in off the right. And the guys have been hitting about a 4-iron. Most guys about 4-iron. You and myself, maybe a soft 3-wood.
I've picked up some yardage, Granty.
Geez, I wish I could say the same. I've lost plenty. And I didn't have any to lose to start off with.
Kruijswijk. Oh. pulling away a little bit. 3-shot lead now.
Yeah, back into a 2-shot lead there. But let's have a look at the next hole.
We'll just see Tristan Lawrence with his birdie attempt. Which he does well. Grant Miller will be leaving us shortly. He'll be joining us a little bit later to come down the home stretch. Thank you, Grant, for your first half an hour, and we look forward to seeing you a little bit later.
Thanks very much for having me, Al.
Jake Redman. Yeah, we are back live at Serengeti Estates for the Tour Championship 2020. We had a brief timeout for weather delay. Thank goodness things have cleared up. It won't be too long before the guys are back up and swinging. The leaders have 4 or 5 holes left. Brandon Stone. Just getting ready though. Oh, they're good to go. One of the shorter par 3s, Serengeti Golf Course. Another quality shot from Brandon Stone. Stradham, tournament leader, tied with Garrick Higo. Straight at it, just coming up half a club short. Rolling back down that slope, settled down. A little unlucky there. Stradham. Tristan Lawrence, strong iron player. He too, just coming up fractionally short.
Gauteng, South Africa's economic powerhouse, leads the way in investment, manufacturing, technology, research, innovation and tourism. Like leading city regions in the world, modern-day Gauteng is the melting pot of cultures. It is a place where people from all walks of life can celebrate their dreams and realize their ambitions.
Danny Fantonda, third shot to toughish par 5, 16. All water down the left. That's not too bad. Quite a narrow green. Is reachable, but you have to take the tee shot on and try it down the left-hand side of that fairway. Guarded by 2 bunkers down the right-hand side. Dan Gamases. playing the ever popular yellow ball. Oh, quality golf shot. Hopefully get one back there. Dion Hammersays dropped a few shots. Last couple of holes. Just over pitching a foot too much for Jacques Kruijswijk. Not having his best day, 3 over today for his round. But enjoying some good form of late. 3rd of Eye of Africa, 3rd at Euphoria and the Limpopo Championship. There is placing, if you're wondering what Ockie Strydom was doing. Lovely touch from Ockie Strydom. Should be good enough for a comfortable par. 3 birdies, 2 bogeys today. 1 under for the day. Tied with Garrick Higo, who's 6 under for his round today. Brandon Stone for his 2 downhill. Oh, pours it in the middle of the hole. What a lovely start to the weather delay. Looks like Dirk Klutter works for Sunshine Tour and rules official this week. Something's happened. We can't place the ball back where we wanted to. Finally getting his ball to come to rest. It's now in play. Wow, good effort from Tristan Lawrence. Comfortably done, and he remains 1 behind the duo of Higo and Strydom. Lockie Stratham, 13 under and tie for the lead with 3 holes to play in round 3 at the Tour Championships, Serengeti Estate. Third shot for Garrick Higo. Short par 4, apparently daffed his chip. Didn't get it over the bunker. He has that left for par. That looks like the short grip of Daniel van Tonder. Another good putt for Don. He just hasn't made a lot of putts today. Tee to green has been exceptional as usual. JP Stratham hits the ball a long way, JP. Second shot to the par 5. OG's down there with Hayden Porteous.
Al Hayden's got 246 to the pin. The wind has died down a little bit after the storm. It looks like he's going to have a go at this one. And as I say that, it picks up a little bit. So it looks like he's in 2 minds. The wind has picked up a little bit coming into him off the right.
Good job from Hayden Porteous finding the right edge of that green. It's a narrow green. You certainly don't want to be flirting with the left side. Again, Hayden chatted a little earlier in his interview, battling to make putts this week. His iron play and long game is as good as ever. Back to 16, the par 5. Bunkered down the right-hand side. The tee box is 38 meters up today. So you've got to take it down the left side of the fairway, which brings the water into play. All depends how aggressive you would like to be. Oh, absolutely golden now. Must have been a little worried there back in the tee box. This for par for Garrick Higo. We saw him have a little bit of trouble there. But he has been outstanding from that length this week and today. And the whole season, to be fair. Rookie of the year, can't be caught, and lying 7th overall. James Hart-Dupree, big man. Don't want to be lying, but I think it's somewhere around 6.8. 6'8". Oh, he's almost holed it on 18. That's the way to finish off your day. That'll be 7th birdie of the day, 3 bogeys. Move him to 9 under. So there we have it. Higo and Stratham hit the top of the Tour Championship at 13 under. And a whole host of players within 2 shots. Keith Horn firing a fine 64, which included 2 bogeys. Unlucky bogey on the last. Tough read, which most of the players have been reading badly. This is the same line actually that Keith had, and apparently doesn't come right to left. Oh, that one certainly seem to be. Keenan playing solidly today, 7 birdies and 2 bogeys. As he reaches double figures. That's where JP Stratum's second ended up. Pin all right, no issues. Got to get over that next slope. Meter short of being really good. JP even par on the day, -9 for the tournament. Dani Fantonda, short par 4, 17. He's second. See if he plays stiff-armed little pitch. Not much hinge at all. Just body rotation. Almost pitched it in the hole. Luke Girling. Nicely done. Fighting back nicely over the last few holes. We saw him bogey 12 and 13, and that would be for his 3rd birdie in a row. Jacques Blau. He's par on 18. Can he read it right? Oh. Interesting hole location. We saw Keith Horn putt from the other side and it went right. Opposite of what that ball did. Good rounds from Keenan Davids at 67, Jacques Blau 67 with a bogey in the last. And they'll move nicely up into the top 5. All to play for tomorrow in the final round, the Tour Championship. Hayden Porteous, eagle putt. Quite a few slopes to contend with. And he's rushed that well past. Just having a miserable day on the putting green. And after all that, he's only 2 behind the lead. Back to the 16th fairway with OG Malefi. What do we have here, OG?
Tristan pushed it a little bit right, Al, but his ball's sitting up nicely. He's got 231 once the green clears up.
I see Brandon Stone to go aggressive line down the left-hand side there, OG.
Oh, and he was flexing as he went past the TV crew there, saying all the workouts he's been putting in are clearly working. Absolute aggressive line, and he bombed that one now.
Hayden Porteous hits the hole again. Disappointing 3-putt. He's absolutely fuming. Luke Girling holds out well. Just confirmation that it was a birdie for Luke Girling. He's 3rd in a row. Ball lying above his feet. 231 and just still hitting an iron to that green. Trying to hit it somewhere by that blue sign and drawing it off there. Always tricky with the ball above your feet. You can't try hit it too hard. Normally goes left. But he still has a long way. You can see how he just grips it down a little bit because the ball's above your feet. Good tip for all the amateurs out there. Oh, but he looks like he's drop kicked that a bit. Oh. Sneaks it over the water. Oki out the first cut. Oh, nicely played. Didn't carry the water by much. I think he was lying down a little bit in that rough. If you have a look from that view, his heart must have been in his mouth. Brandon Stone after aggressive tee shot down 16. Dani Fantonda downhill, big swinging putt. As we welcome Christian Besson into the booth. Welcome, Christian.
Thank you.
So we had Oliver Becker earlier, whose wife had twins 7 months ago. And how far are you off now, Christian, your wife?
My wife's 32 weeks now. And yeah, it's getting quite close to that time. I believe twins do make their appearance quite early.
Just wondering what's going on with you golfers. Yeah, but exciting times, I'm sure.
No, for sure, definitely. A change in life for as we know it. And yeah, looking forward to it very much.
Well, we wish you all the best of luck. And there's a great tee shot from Hayden Porteous, just coming a little short of that 17th. And how did you find the course today, Christian? 2 under par 70?
Yes, the course today, the fairways have seemed to dry out a little bit through the course of the week, even though we've had some showers and so on. But there were some tough flags today. As you can see, Garrick's putt on the last, he had to go over quite a big swale there.
Yeah, hard to see on TV just how big that little knob is there, and he's just missed it and gone the other side.
Yeah, literally, if you miss your line by a cup or two, then it goes in a different direction almost, and these greens can make you look silly.
Yeah, we had Dino D'Ambro earlier, who's the architect of the par 3 course, and he also saying it is the defense of this golf course, the slopes in them. And if they firm out a little bit, I can imagine how difficult they'd be then.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think the course is meant to play quite firmish, and that's, as you say, having to place the balls in the right area of the green, and you can use the slopes when it's a little bit firmer. But this week, I think it was quite receptive, so you could get it into the right areas a bit easier.
So did you manage to finish your round before they had the lightning, or did you have to tap in or do something silly?
Well, we were discussing it down the 18th fairway if we were going to manage to finish, and all of us managed to hit our approaches, but then the siren went as we were walking up to the green.
Lovely touch from Tristan Lawrence, going the aerial route and taking some of the slope out of play. get Tristan to 13 under. Back to Darren Fichart, who has this for his 5th birdie in a row. Wow. He made 1 par on the back 9. 6 birdies, 2 bogeys.
Yeah, that's some going. Yeah.
He loves David Nagel golf tournaments. Won the PGA, he's won the Pro-Am before. Can he win the Tour Champs? 10 under certainly got him into a chance. Only 3 behind the lead at this stage. Lockie Stratham's eagle putt here at 16. Comfortable birdie to retain the lead. So Christian, I see you had 3 early birdies the first 4 holes. 1 or 2 bogeys and another birdie somewhere. -6, tied for 17th place. And it's been a good last part of the season for you, hasn't it?
Well, yeah, I've been playing well since about November and managed to get a couple of good finishes. Moved up nicely on Order Merit towards this tournament, and yeah, I was quite happy with my performance this year.
Obviously a birdie. 22nd on the Order of Merit, and hopefully move up a little bit tomorrow as well. And I think those twins are going to do you good.
Yeah, I think it'll give me some perspective.
Not that your wife doesn't, but you know. Tristan for all birdies in this group.
Yeah, they moved up the tee box on 16 today to entice the guys to have a go for this green. I think it's a good move, especially on day 3 where the Oaks are trying to make a bit of a move towards the lead.
Yeah, I think it's a good hole to go for that green because it's quite narrow. This is for Higo's par. Oh, he putts beautifully. Good par save on 17 and 18. Just another good round for Garrick Higo, showing why he's Rookie of the Year. What can Hayden do? Just short of the 17th, par 4. Just sneaks a little bit past. Seen him miss 2 putts to get this 9 already. Maybe a little bit longer. 3 putt on 16, so hopefully he can knock that in. I think these guys seem to be playing a little bit quicker since they've come back from the break. I don't think they want to go back in and back out.
Yeah, I think even though before the delay, things just tend to speed up a little bit when you see you might be suspended.
Yeah, nobody wants to come back at 6:30 in the morning to play 1 hole.
Absolutely not.
Luke Jerling uphill, just bounced a bit out of that fringe. Hayden Porteous for his birdie 3, just that little awkward length. It's amazing when you miss a few, you just can't seem to get them close. They all seem to go that 3-4 foot range. Oh, well done. He does have a beautiful flowing swing, Ockie Strydom. There's certainly no holding back for Tristan Lawrence. Literally comes out of that whole left foot, moves and replants itself. Luke Jerling successfully held out for par on 17. He remains at 12 under and 2 behind Ockie Strydom. Gives you some idea of the severity of the slope. But Dion Gamsas having successful last couple of holes, picking a few birdies up. Jacques Kruijswijk having a tough day, at least picked one up on 17. Couple over for the day. He'll be back tomorrow. Dani Fantonda, big day for him tomorrow. If he can finish in the top 2, he can win the Order of Merit. He just has made absolutely nothing on this back 9. Still 3 behind the lead. He'll need to finish top 2 and second on his own. Tie second won't help. He seemed to have a chance on every hole on that back 9, didn't make one. Maybe tomorrow will be his day. And the perks, Christian, are quite huge. If you win the Order of Merit, obviously, in coming second, you get into the Open, you get into the Nedbank, you get into 2 or 3 WGC events. It's absolutely massive.
Yeah, well, coming from Sunshine Tour, I think those tournaments can give your career a bit of a boost if you do well in 1 or 2 of them.
I think I was chatting earlier to Oliver, and 3 of them don't have cuts. And if you can get a few more starts in Europe, see the guys having a little run up there, they want to get done. Tristan Lawrence getting a little fortunate there. Looks like he's just avoided the long stuff. Not too bad. Outside chance for birdie. Now just a few meters too far for Aki Stradum. A good overview of 343-meter par 4-7. Most of the players taking it over that middle bunker, trying to scoot it up there. Quite a long way there to reach the green, Christian. 343. I mean, I haven't seen anybody. I think Hayden Porteous, we saw him a few meters short.
Yeah, well, it's the way the conditions are at the moment. It's quite tough. The ball's not really running out towards the front of the green, so it's basically all carry.
Tristan Lawrence. What do you think, Christian? A little left to right?
Yeah, I would think that it's probably a double breaker. I think it's going to come from the right initially, but then about halfway it should turn from the left a little bit.
Yeah, he seems to be aiming well right. Maybe I got this completely wrong. Oh, you're right. A little double swinger.
Yeah, where the pin is today, Aki's probably in the best position out of the 3 of them. He's probably got a little right to left, a little bit up the hill. Looks like I had that wrong. He was over that slope behind the hole as well, which threw it well to the left.
Yeah, it's hard to see on TV sometimes the slopes. And then when you're in the commentary box, you try to remember when you were there. But that's just a good example of the severity of these greens and positioning of your ball. Crucially important. Brandon Stone. Good birdie opportunity here. That's for 3 in a row.
I think we're going to have a very interesting day tomorrow with the scoring quite bunched at the top.
Yeah, I mean, there's 11 guys within 4 of the lead. And 6 within 2. Yeah, so we're going to have a good challenge for the Tour Championship. We're going to have an interesting day of who wins the Order of Merit. Using all of that hole, Ockie, for his 4. We were talking earlier, Ockie's first win coming last year after 11 seconds. Comfortably hold. Girling, his last hole of the 3rd round, and not happy with that. So that's going to be a very, very interesting pattern. I think in the air that might have looked like it was going into the water. Short distance. Hayden. Settle down, settle. Just been remarkable ball striking display. Honestly, he had, besides that last putt from 5 feet, he's made absolutely nothing, and he's still not too far out of the lead.
Yeah, that shot on the last, you don't realize how good it actually was because the wind is pushing from behind and most of the guys have gotten long. So you have to be quite aggressive to keep it about a hole high with that bunker trying to catch you in front.
Nice view of what Serengeti Estate has and the beautiful swing of Brandon Stone. Nice and centered on his backswing. Strong hip movement. Just looks pretty simple, really.
Sure, boy. Thanks.
Looks like those guys are going to assist him in the carts to try to get done there.
Yes, well, like they said earlier, there's only a small window before the next storm comes in, so I imagine that they'll try and get the last group through.
Yeah, and quite difficult for these guys that are trying to play a little quick and get done, but you're still playing a big tournament and you're leading. Let's have a look at that left foot. Actually slides back and left.
Yeah, not holding back at all.
Yeah, we're authorising it, but we want to get finished. Don't show this, eh? This way.
So to all the viewers out there, if you don't get permission to get one of those carts, you or your caddy, you will get a penalty. But they're trying to get done. They need to get this through before the next storm comes in. Settle. That's really well done from Luke Girling from there. It's been a tough hole location A lot of the players battling to read this putt from both sides. Hayden Porteous, still a fine 67, what could have been, but one out the lead. JP straight in for his par. Took it out the middle. Even par 72. Good comeback in the back nine for our defending champion. This for Luke Jennings, 2-putt, and he does that comfortably. Good round of golf from Port Elizabeth Golf Club. Enjoying a good year, 22nd on the Order Merit. 25th on the Order Merit. Christian Besson is 22nd on the Order Merit. Not an easy shot this, Christian, for Aki. A little bit blinded and tough to control that distance out the rough to that flag.
Yes, I think the distance is going to be the main thing. If he can manage to keep it just to the right on the front of the green, he would do very well.
What is that? Sprinkler. Can only be a sprinkler. Can only be a sprinkler.
Yeah, they thought it was a sprinkler, but I think it's the side of the bunker. Good distance control, just a little more left than he would like to, indicating the wind was coming a little off the right. He didn't think so. A little right for Tristan Lawrence, but like Christian said, that's the side you want to be. 443-meter par 4, 18th. Water hazard all the way down the left. You can see where Aki Stratum hit it just behind those two small bushes on the right-hand side. That's your bailout area. But unfortunately difficult to control the distance control, and especially to a front flag. Certainly be a tough hole if you played it into the breeze.
It was into the breeze, I think, on the second day, and yeah, it did play considerably different.
What kind of iron you hitting in there? 5 iron?
Well, it was a back flag. I came in with a hybrid on that particular day. still quite early in the morning as well. But yeah, normally it would be like a 4 or 5 iron into the wind.
What kind of shot has Aki got, Christian? Has he got a reasonable, a little bit uphill?
Looks like he's got a reasonable lie. The green is a little bit above him, but I think he's got enough green to work with to be able to get this quite close.
Beautiful touch there from Aki Strydom, showing why he is in the lead at this Tour Championship. Tristan Lawrence for his birdie. Big swinging putt from the right. Beautiful roll on the ball. You could see that line going over itself. Always a good sign. Under par, 68 for Tristan Lawrence. Right up there in contention again. Enjoying his best year on tour, 5th on the Order Merit. Getting his maiden win at the Vodacom Orange at Stellenbosch earlier in the year. Look where Stone is aiming. Pace was good. Clearly a tricky putt. Five birdies, 3 bogeys. Good comeback on the back 9 to keep himself a very good chance of still winning this event. And our leader, Aki Strydom, to stay 1 ahead. Good 4 in the end from Aki Strydom. Our 3rd round leader. The Tour Championships hole at Serengeti Estates. Christian Basson, thank you for joining us in the booth. And good luck tomorrow. Well played this year.
Thank you so much, Alan.
And all the best for your wife's pregnancy. We hope everything goes well with the twins. And yeah, good golfing. Well, good job by officials and players to get everything in and done before the next storm comes. There we have it, Aki Strydom, 2 under today, 70 to take a 1-shot lead from Lawrence Porteous and Garrick Higo. Further back, Luke Jerling having a good season from young player from Port Elizabeth Golf Club. Brandon Stone, great to see him playing in our Tour Championship. All to play for tomorrow for Daniel van Tonder, If he can find one of the top 2 positions on his own, he will be the Auto Merit winner from JC Ritchie. Defending champion, JP Stratham at -9. Some good rounds today from Jaco van Zyl. Dylan Naidu comes through the Gary Players squad. He's had a great year. Some disappointing rounds from a few players. Good round from Estienne Conradi, -567. So we look forward to all you joining us tomorrow at 11 a.m. for live streaming of the 4th round of the Tour Championship, played here at Serengeti Estates. There is 7-8 guys within a few shots of the lead. It's going to be exciting stuff. We'll look forward to see who's going to win the Auto Merit. Will it be Daniel van Tonder or JC Ritchie? We say goodbye from Serengeti Estates.